You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning, and here we go with Championship Sunday, the final day of action at the Whataburger. Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. Our live coverage provided by FXR. And we are ready to go, taking you all the way through this day, this very important day, the sixth stop of 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Not very many. They're all 4 days long, and man, if you get a chance to win a blue trophy, you're in an exceptional position. We got a couple of anglers definitely close to that right now. It's a 4-day tournament, as we say, $100,000 to the winner, and lots of points and other accolades as well. Had the full field out there, 100 anglers on days 1 and 2. Got the field of 50 for day number 3. Yesterday, they competed for 10 spots in the final. We have our 10 for today. You see them taking off. This was earlier today at Ingalls Harbor. They're in Decatur, Alabama, Wheeler Lake on the mighty Tennessee River. So many great fisheries on this place, and there's one of our contenders, to be sure, Ray Hanselman of Del Rio, Texas. We're going to explain the whole storyline that we've got moving on here, and there's the man who leads the way in that main story. A big lead to start the day. 12 pounds, 2 ounces for Cliff Prince, but things have changed. We'll get to that in just a moment as we take a look at our playing field. Davie Height, Tennessee River's got so many great fisheries, as we say, each of them a little bit different. This one, I think, turned out differently than a lot of our pundits and even competitors expected this week.
100%, Tommy. And the first thing that jumps out is what Cliff Prince has after 3 days, 65 pounds. Absolutely incredible. I don't think anyone expected for the leading weight to be 65 pounds after 3 days. But the lake is fishing really, really good. A lot of these anglers thought this fish would be offshore, main river channel more, but the Decatur Flats has certainly been the story this week.
Some scenes from the weigh-in yesterday on day number 3 of our top 10 who have advanced to today. We have 3 rookies in the mix here. We've got some journeymen as well. There's one of our rookies, John Garrett, who's already won this year at the Harris Chain.
He's a Tennessee River kid by nature, and this guy, even though he's from Florida, has such a good track record on the Tennessee River, especially fishing shallow. John Cox, Ray Hanselman from Texas, one of the best offshore anglers. The old triangulation days, it's still carrying over to 2024. And Cliff Prince, boy, he needed it, Tommy. He needed a good rebound event from the season he's had, and he's just a couple fish away from possibly winning his first ever Bassmaster trophy.
Well, we talked about that 12-pound, 2-ounce lead to start the day for Cliff Prince. Things have changed. Ray Hanselman, who is a similar story, sort of a working angler, a real working man's favorite, just like Cliff Prince, and he has put together a good limit, over 20 pounds already to start this day, to cut that lead down to less than 4 pounds. So where we might have thought we had a blowout in progress as we started the day when we went to bed last night, and things have changed right now. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the former Classic champ, 2-time Angler of the Year, Davie Height, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Sucon with us as well. Dave Mercer will join us later with a special guest. And Davie, I knew things could change. I didn't know they changed so quickly, but they have since takeoff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody that keeps up with professional bass angling is pulling for Cliff Prince here. Ray Hanselman is a great guy too, but Cliff Prince has really paid his dues, and he's been so close for so long. But no one really thought, other than Ray Hanselman, that Ray Hanselman had such a good chance to come back and take this victory away from Cliff Prince. But he's gotten it done this morning, got 3 fish about 5 pounds each. Cliff Prince proved yesterday you can catch 25, 26 pounds. Ray Hanselman will have to do that, but he's well on his way.
Ronnie, we were shocked by that 26 pounds. We had the text flying yesterday.
Yes, no doubt about it. I think the 3 of us, Tommy, Davie, Such, all of us in studio, we spell professional bass fishing D-R-A-M-A, drama, in more ways than one. Not only on the water this morning with the big lead evaporating, but the things we saw yesterday, Tommy, the biggest bass of the tournament, Cliff Prince, going with the biggest bag of the tournament, 26-plus pounds, having such a big lead. Would this be the 4th tournament in a row on the elite level, the top level, with a double-digit margin of victory? Who knows? But then we know it's still the Tennessee River. A 25 or 26-pound bag still floats out there for someone to catch, and Ray Hanselman is the one who's given himself the best shot to do so, and that's what you want. In the first hour or 2 of the day, prove you have what it takes. Use the rest of the day to maybe upgrade it once or twice.
Absolutely. And Such, there's always points and numbers behind the stories. What do you have your eyes on today?
I got some big money. Well, let's tell our folks that first place is worth $100,000, let alone all the points in AOI. Second place is 35, so these guys are really vying for that. Just to make the top 10, you get a $5,000 bump from the guys who make the top 50 cup. cut of $10,000. So these guys are fighting, you know, for first place, $65,000 difference, but the other guys down there fighting for $5,000 spots here. We could see a bunch of $5,000 fish today.
We'll have our eyes on that all day long. Let's get out to our playing field. All 60 miles, 68,000 acres of Wheeler Lake here, Tennessee River. And there's our leader to start the day with a big margin now, not quite so big. Cliff Prince of Palatka, Florida. Going to show you some highlights from him earlier today. Does have a limit in the boat, just not the size that Ray Hanselman has.
Boom!
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Start there,
the numbers
Hammer.
have been there again this morning, but the size has gotten smaller, unfortunately, for Cliff Prince.
Yesterday, it seemed Davey and Tommy, we saw some 3-pounders get his day started with a 4 or 5 here and there mixed in. Then he ends up booking it with a 7.5-pounder. Today, all those 2.5 to 3+ pounders. He's got to fish all day, though. Whether he picks up that worm or he continues with the bladed jig, you have to expect with the standard he set 19, 20, and 26 the first 3 days, he's going to get at least 1 5-pound bite today. Whether he lands it or not is the question.
That's the unknown. We don't know what it's like when he fishes all day because he's had that luxury, being able to manage his spot right there and hasn't really been able to lean on it all day long. So let's take a moment and see what's on the mind of Cliff Prince right now.
Man, it's, you know, it wasn't quite as the morning we had yesterday morning, but hey, we got 5 in the box. I don't know, we got 12 or 13 pounds, I guess, and you know, that's better than not having any at all. I'm a little more relaxed that I got 5, but I still like to catch a couple of really good ones and you know, make whoever comes from behind really have a phenomenal day for the Tennessee River. So we are grinding it out, and we're gonna catch all of them we can catch today.
How'd you sleep last night?
Not at all. I slept, but I woke up a lot thinking about what this tournament's going to mean if I win this thing, because I've been trying for a long time, and I've had my opportunities and beat myself, and other people have beat me, you know, and I just I'm ready to win one of these things for sure. I mean, this spot's been a dream spot for any tournament angler that comes and fishes the Elite Series or any tournament trail at all. I mean, this is a spot that you dream about finding, and I didn't realize it till the second day that how good a spot it was, and I pretty much guarded it all week, and I think that was the right move, but we'll see how it all pans out at the end of the day. There they are right there. Just come up schooling right there. That's right where they've been too. See if we can't catch one right there.
It's a good sign to see them come up schooling. They had not been schooling the last 2 days as good as they did the first day for Cliff.
Especially because this time of the year with no current, they could be sporadic. They could be here and there, but when they school, you at least know they're grouped up somewhere. They have still formed. They're not just broken up and individual isolated fish.
There they go right there.
Well, Cliff Prince has got one pursuer that's making some serious headway into that big lead he had to start the day, and that is Ray Hanselman. Another long-time Bassmaster Elite Series angler like Cliff. He has not notched a victory yet. He's looking to get his first one here, and here's some highlights from him earlier today.
One good thing that Ray has going for him, Tommy and Davey, is that he says he's had 2 spots, 2 different types of structure, one shell bar and then one more grassy area. I think his grassy area has been solid fish, but no giants. The shell bar had the highest ceiling of big fish, and that is where he's landed on a couple 5-pounders. So if he needs that grass area, that is at least in his back pocket today, Davey.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Ray's caught a lot of his fish, just like that one on a 6-cent Busa ribbon tail, 12-inch worm. Color is plum, 3/8 ounce.
That one probably a
Texas
3-pounder.
rig.
Definitely call the one I just caught.
Ray obviously very comfortable in this situation, but figuring it out as he goes along. Day one, 15.5 pounds.
Yes, sir.
17, almost 18 pounds on day two, and then
Now we're
over
talking.
20 yesterday.
When it's June, most weights go down each day, but we've
Yeah.
seen Prince and Hanselman increase their weight each day of this tournament as they've dialed it in a little bit more.
I think there's only 3 anglers that have done that, and it's Prince, Hanselman, and Logan Parks. They've increased their weight
Yep.
every day, and that's a feat
Yeah.
this time of the year,
Sure
like you
is.
mentioned, Ronnie. Just post-spawn.
Still ain't caught one on treble hook bait today. Well, Sunday morning, Father's Day's been a pretty good gift so far. I think I'm sitting on around 20 pounds. The numbers aren't as good, but the quality's a little better. And I'm just gonna try and fish my day and let the cards lay the way they do. I can't worry about what the other guys are doing. I'm just gonna do what I can do. But it's been good, you know, this Tennessee River, I've always gotten along with it. I kind of understand it a little bit. And I just want to get up, try to get mid-20s if I can. Got a pretty good start. It's early in the day. Caught everything in the live well on that big worm, the big Busa worm. I just had one right here on this big square bill. They came up busting gizzard shad right out there. Gizzard shad are probably 6 to 8 inches long. And on the shell, it's pretty aggressive shell. I'm sure there's a gizzard shad spawn going on, and that's what's holding them here and kind of recharging every day. And it's been good. I mean, it's just one of those glory holes, if you will. But I just had a little bit too much to catch up, I think, to win, but we're gonna do our best. We'll see.
Ray switching it up between that worm and a crankbait. Renault tackle rod, 710 with his crankbait, and the Renault tackle 103.76 for that big worm, which has really been his best bait so far this week. He's lost a fair amount of those fish on the square bill and the crankbaits. You just saw him lose that one beside the boat, but he's been able to put almost everybody he's gotten on that worm in the boat, which is a big, big deal, obviously.
If you're just checking in with us, there is your race right there on Championship Sunday here on Wheeler Lake in Alabama. 2 anglers at the top have separated themselves from the rest of the field, at least for now. We've already seen that big changes can happen, though, during the course of this day, early on.
And you think about a magic spot like Cliff Prince has talked about, a spot that has just contributed every fish for him this week, all of his 20 fish that he would weigh in. And so you think 78 pounds, 14 ounces, what else does this spot have? If you think about it, he's probably caught like 130 pounds off the spot with how many 3-pounders he's culled and 2.5-pounders he's culled, things like that. So this place has gotten probably double the weight that we're seeing in his actual total from fish caught and culled and released. And so the hope is that some of those fish haven't gone away, they still group up, and some of those fresh ones that haven't bit yet will bite today for him.
This race, other anglers making it happen on the famous Decatur Flats. You get a look at them right there. You can see beneath the water there some of those features in that area of shallow water connected to the deeper parts in the main lake channel. It's a very special place, and it certainly has been special for Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman, locked in a big-time battle. Both of them looking for their first ever victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We will continue our coverage live from Alabama. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Now into the third hour of 8 hours of competition left for the 10 anglers who remain for the original 100. Started back on Thursday, day one of this tournament, and 2 anglers have separated themselves from the pack. Both journeyman angler, what better than journeyman, accomplished anglers. You can be a very accomplished angler and not have won one of these Bassmaster Elite Series events. That's the case with these 2. Cliff Prince of Florida, Ray Hanselman of Texas. Right behind them, you see their closest pursuer is Jay Shakur, a former Rookie of the Year in the Bassmaster Elite Series back in 2022, former winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Bassmaster Opens. 2
from
titles
Wisconsin.
there. From Wisconsin.
Yeah, basically, if you connect Florida, Texas, and Wisconsin, it's a big triangle of the entire United States. That's how far away these anglers are from each other.
Jay Shakur having a great tournament. Had a great Bassmaster Classic World Championship earlier this season. Some highlights from today with Jay.
Really done a lot with a little this week, Davey. Sharing one main spot, but having to scrounge around a little bit more.
One of those anglers, one of the most successful
That
anglers.
one, 4-pounder right
fishing
there.
more on the river ledge, closer to the river ledge, rather than out on the Decatur Flats. Jay Shakur, like you said, Ronnie, has done a lot with a little. Most of his fish on a morning dawn colored drop shot worm.
Started the week in 36th place, Tommy, after day one with 13 pounds and change. It moved up into our top 10, moved up again, and now unofficially in 3rd. That's a great start, having a 3rd on your record, starting the week in 36th. You're like, I'll take that any day of the week.
He's got Mark Zona's custom light spinning rod in his hands, like 9 days out of 10 that we see him on Bass Live.
Jay with 12 pounds, 5 ounces, unofficially, according to Bass Track. Has him in 3rd place, but pretty big deficit to our 2 leaders, Prince and Hanselman. One of our rookies in the field, Wesley Gore from Clanton, Alabama. Fished here as a hopeful, fishing the EQ's Open Series last year and did not do well, and he is getting it back this week.
We'll be skinny lords, man, but we'll take you. Little fella. Number 3, though. Number 3. Gotta start somewhere. It's like a pound 6.
He's been super consistent here, 17-9, 15-2, and 16-9. His first 3 days of competition. Now, not just out on the flats, this tournament has been unwinding in other scenes as well, including backwaters. And of course, here we find John Cox.
That's a big one. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Oh, that big one. Come here. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, God, I think it came off. No, it's still on there. Still on there. She just quit fooling for a second. Got her. I thought it was a big one, but we'll take it. Gosh, I was thinking it was a 10-pounder. Oh, my gosh. Look at that. That's freaking awesome. I'm telling you, when I saw this on the schedule, I was like, man, why are we going here this time of year? Man, I'm so glad we did. Everybody caught a lot of fish. Wheeler showed out this week. And man, hopefully Decatur will have us come back. That was so cool. All right, 3 more. 3 more.
Really good.
You know what that
looking
probably was?
milfoil patch there, John Cox.
Probably that Whataburger burrito I had this morning. It gave me the power to reel that sucker in. Oh, gosh.
I didn't know where that was about to go.
Yeah, I think we were all thinking, wow.
Yeah, take a break.
You know, because you're just winding and stuff. Man, chunking this frog, and they want it so fast. Like I was, you know, I'm popping, and I'm just like, it's just not enough. And then when I really get it going, that's when they come up and get it. Whew. Man, wish I was 10 years younger. I could probably really work this thing. Like back in the day. Oh man, I'm shaking. Oh gosh. You know, you always like, you know, when you're fun fishing and stuff, you know, with your buddies, you like, you know, you might go out and have a day where you're catching them frogging and stuff. You're like, man, this is awesome. Do it in a tournament is just unbelievable, you know, and I haven't really seen it in so long. And then, you know, Jordan winning down there at Toho on it, and man, I mean, it was unbelievable, him catching all them fish on it. And I was like, gosh, I was like wishing I was there. And now being able to do it here, I mean, man, it feels, it's not as good. We're not getting as many bites, but it's fun. Man, it's so much fun. Oh, God.
Always entertaining and educational watching John Cox fish in his own way. That is one thing you can say about him. He goes and, you know, looks for fish that he feels comfortable fishing for, and not very often out on the main river channel. It's usually back in some little sneaky place just like this.
Seems like every time we come here, Tommy's going to be in the top 5, whether that's at the top of the top 5 or the bottom of the top 5, but somewhere in the top 5 at Wheeler Lake. He's got his biggest career victory here.
Here we go. Little guy. It's so cool when all that weeds flies off. I don't understand it, but I love it.
Always having fun, though. Always has fun.
Yep. Fun to watch, fun to be with. We'll be on him all day long, live in his boat, as we will with the other 9 who are left out here today to contend for the title. Alex Weatherell having a good tournament. His 2nd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, having a much better year than his rookie campaign. It is showing here at Lake Wheeler. Wheeler Lake, I should say. Alex from Middletown, Connecticut, and he's hooked up.
Small fish, but we'll take him right now.
Alex got a little mountain to climb to try to get up there close to Cliff Prince or Ray Hanselman, but like Such mentioned, every position is points and dollars in the top 10.
And he's made a good run in AOY. He was outside the Classic Cut around 47th, I believe.
What's
and
that?
he's well inside right now, trying to make his
112.
first Bassmaster Classic. You got to finish in the top 40 in points after 9 events.
Every single person in our top 10's in the Classic Cut except our 2 leaders. I would love to get
Hanselman made a big run, though, from 79th to, he's almost 30 spots up to 49th, giving him some hope in the final 3 events.
And that's after 2 abysmal tournaments to start. But in one of those early tournaments, we already saw Alex Weatherell with the top 10 at Toledo Bend. Tommy started his year strong there. It says 3rd top 10 in basically a season. From halfway of last year, he got his first one at the Sabine, to halfway of this year, his 2nd year. He's got another 2 top 10s.
Yeah, so it says it feels like 107 yesterday, and it's already feels like I'm in the Sahara Desert. So I'm giving these fish a little spa, a little nice day off from their 90-degree water temp, and I'm just icing these fish down like every hour. I think I got like 50 pounds of ice with me, and drop that thing. I drop it. I try to drop it a little slowly so you don't like shock them, but that water is nice and cool, holds more oxygen. I've got hydrogen peroxide if I need to boost up the oxygen saturation level in there, but I just run my recirc on high. I don't fill it all, and I'll pump fresh water in like once an hour just to help with the ammonia levels and whatnot. And those fish have no idea it's 100 degrees out. So don't lose any fish, don't lose any ounces, and make sure that they're all alive and well taken care of.
Doing a good job there, taking care of the fish.
Very
they care
important.
about the fish, but there's penalties if you do have dead fish. So a lot of reason for these guys to take care of the fish.
Yeah, you want to be able to use them at the weigh-in, but the big picture, they realize that as well. They want to keep that fishery strong like it is right now. TH Marine Weather Watch, yeah, Alex is right on the money. It's going to be hot today. The field's like even more than that 96 degrees indicated right there. We got plenty of good old Gulf moisture to make it nice and sweaty out there today, but these guys are used to it. They factor it into their calculations. A little more wind predicted than yesterday, maybe even the possibility of a passing shower. So we will see how it plays out the next 5.5 hours. More to come. Today on Fox, it's the inaugural United Football League Championship. The Birmingham Stallions take on the San Antonio Brahma. Kicks off today at 5 Eastern on Fox.
What do they call him in Magnolia, Tommy?
Bramers.
Bramer
Bull. He's had him at Bramer Bull out there for a while. This is the Bassmaster Elite Series Whataburger Elite, Decatur, Alabama. Wheeler Lake here, just above Wilson Lake, onward to Pickwick, Kentucky Lake, and out to the Ohio River and the Mississippi River. That's the way the Tennessee flows from this area of northern Alabama. Our live coverage brought to you by FXR. Appreciate them partnering up to show us some incredible pictures. I think we've seen this place certainly better than we've ever seen it before. We just got more tools to do it with. We understand what happens out there in that incredible place right there. The Decatur Flats, one of the best known sort of community fishing holes in all of the Tennessee River.
Yeah, it really gives you a good perspective of what the Decatur Flats are, and I've never been able to do that. You try to describe it to someone who's never fished there, and it's difficult, but those drone shots have really, they're great. You can see all the ditches and the turns in those creeks, and the shell bars and the patches of grass, and it's really cool to be able to see that.
A couple of our rookies who are in the mix right here. This is John Garrett. This was moments ago.
There's one. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Here on Championship Sunday on Wheeler. We've had a slow morning so far. Got one 2.5 pounder in the boat. Only had 2 or 3 bites so far this morning, but it's been slow. But I'm not saying we're waiting for the afternoon, but we kind of are just trying to bypass our time smartly until afternoon gets here. Both of my primary places have been getting better in the afternoon the past couple days, so we are kind of just trying to give them time between, like give them a few, an hour, 30-minute breaks between each spot, let a few swim up and set up. But we're just kind of waiting for that afternoon, unfortunately, because it's going to be blazing hot this afternoon. But yesterday afternoon, we caught a lot of fish on on a grass edge. So I got 2 primary schools. I got this one, it's on a shell bar on a creek channel bend, and my other place is where 2 grass lines come together and end, and there's a high spot between them. But both places, they just kind of get drove to later in the day. It gets hotter and hotter. The fish kind of come out of the grass and shallow waters and move to that high spot in that ditch. And it's the same thing here on the shell bed. I mean, you got tons of flat water and grass and stumps and whatnot on shallow flats literally all around here. And as the day progresses, you have fish moving towards the deep water. Yeah, unfortunately, we're waiting on the heat, but we are going to try to pick a few off, and hopefully we run into a good flurry or 2 this afternoon. But it's been a fun week, a good week here on the Tennessee River, and hopefully we get a few this afternoon. But we'll go Vols. Tennessee plays again tonight.
We knew that was coming.
Yeah, I knew he would go there.
Let's turn it
eventually.
down now. Let's turn it down now. No.
Hoping for heat. That's what fishing will do to you, Davey. Right?
John Garrett doing a great job explaining,
Mm-hmm.
just laying out his whole game plan. You see there is Humminbird Mega 360 has been a big part of his success this week. His win at Harris Chain also, but I don't know how much I can add to that. He totally explained exactly what he is doing. The only thing I guess I can add to that is Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman. So many of these fish on this lake are still in the flats, but they are heading out to where John Garrett is and a couple of those other anglers that are catching them later in the day. It's just the majority of the fish up until this week have been on those Decatur Flats. They are just now moving out.
I'll say, Tommy, we've known John Garrett for a long time since college fishing.
Sure.
Dude's going to be a star, especially with the way he just broke it down.
Oh, yeah.
His 2 areas, he's going to be a star.
So many anglers that are not fishing today tried to do what John Garrett's doing. They thought the majority of the fish were out there. And kudos to him for being able to make a top 10, where fishing where the majority of the fish really are not.
Our leader hooked up here. Prince now. There's a lead less than 4 pounds.
So 2-2 he can get rid of.
I think he might help us a little, hadn't he?
Cliff has 3 very similar fish. 2 to 2 and a quarter.
I think some of these fish are release fish. See that right there? That's from him hitting the carpet, I bet you. You know? Yeah.
He needs to get rid of those 2-pounders.
Our leader over to Alex Weatherell. Alex Weatherell, 2nd-year Elite Series angler from Connecticut. Again, we're having a really good season and hoping for bigger things here today.
Oh, heck yeah. Maybe Mickey Mantle signed it. Maybe it's got Babe Ruth's autograph.
I'd love for Cliff
Official
Prince autograph to be on there.
I think that was yours.
T-ball.
T-ball. The Decatur men's slow pitch baseball T-ball league
That
last
kid
night.
You were saying
jacked
you
it out of
used
the
to play
park.
women's T-ball, right?
I heard
It's
once
lot
upon a
easier
time,
to make those decisions when you got a limit in the boat, though.
if you
don't
feed
got a
that
limit, you
ball
just
to a
wanna
crow, the crow will bring you in like another ball tomorrow or something like that, you know. So
Even if
that's
that limit's
what I
like
heard
6
yesterday.
pounds, I really just
That may or may not have anything to do with it. The other thing that I do know is there's a recreational baseball park about 1 mile from Ingalls Harbor. That might be.
This feels better than a pound.
The reason.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yep, that's better than a pound. Oh, yes, sir. That's better than a pound. Heck yeah. Let's go. We like that. Just talking about getting a limit. Now it's a little bit easier to make the right decisions, especially when you got a 1/3 in the boat. All right, so now put 3/4, and I'm gonna fill up this other live well.
We talked about it, Tommy. This is Alex Weatherell's 10th.
Might have been your little T-ball that helped us out, you know? No, I can't. Gotta give glory to God for that catch. Can't be putting it on the T-ball.
It's his 10th Bassmaster top 10. It's his third one on the Elite Series in 2 years, but he has 7 other top 10s through the Bassmaster Opens over the years.
Yeah.
Came up 2 pounds shy of making the Classic one year by losing at the Harris Chain to Keith Tuma, who we got to see in the Classic a couple times
Lord,
now.
that is
This would be his highest Elite finish, so he's got an 8th and a 10th.
right there.
Now he's in the top 5.
Coach, my kids in T-ball, I bet that ball was overthrown and not hit out of the ballpark. Happy Father's Day to every dad out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Happy Father's Day. Dads often, not always, but often the connection for fishing between the generations. Just on that basis alone, we owe them a lot.
Yes.
Another of our 3 rookies out there. Today's Logan Parks.
Hey, Adam.
Got to see him on day
It's been a slow
1.
morning, unfortunately. I tried to run a bunch of places this morning with a top water, something I hadn't been able to do because of how many boats have been fishing everything. So try to get us a big bite early on a big top water walking bait, and that didn't happen. So we ran down to a place I've been catching most of my weight, and we didn't catch anything. Nothing was there. But I'm not super bothered by that because, to be honest, I really haven't caught much until after they start pulling the current later in the afternoon after about 12 o'clock. So anything now is just a bonus. I wish I had some earlier morning stuff, but I really don't, so.
He is our 8th and final rookie inside Classic contention. He leapfrogged Ben Milliken, who fell out of our top 40.
Yeah, 8th in the EQs last year. 2023 had a great start to this year with 2 cuts, and 20th and 22nd down in Texas. Great going for Logan Parks from Auburn, Alabama. The Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year point standings. There it is right now. Logan Parks, as Such mentioned, moving up into 8th place. Right on top there, Trey McKinney, who also leads Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. We'll be back to Wheeler Lake. Live coverage of Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake here. Bassmaster Elite Series, big event right here, big opportunity for a couple of anglers at the top of that leaderboard. Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman, laboring out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Good results, but not the best result. Well, these many years, neither has won a tournament out here. These blue trophies are hard to come by. One of them likely is going to hold that trophy at the end of the day, but I think it's a little up in the air now as to who that's going to be. Great story working out there today, and Ray Hanselman making a big move, Davey Height.
Yeah, Mercury move of the day definitely has to be Ray Hanselman. Not what Cliff Prince wanted to hear or his family. They're all excited. They came from Florida to be here with him this afternoon. Ray Hanselman's family came from Del Rio, Texas, so we'll see which one. But Ray Hanselman is the man of the morning, Mercury move of the day. Starting out with 2 5-pounders, the second one at 6:35. So about 30 minutes into his fishing time, about 5 minutes to get his location, he already had 2 5-pounders in the boat. The third 5-pounder, a 5.5 at 7:35. So definitely Ray Hanselman. Today's total unofficially 21 pounds, 11 ounces, and it is still early in the morning for Ray Hanselman. Mercury move of the day.
Coming up big on a big day in his career, potentially. Hanselman from down in Del Rio, Texas, a fishing guide, hunting guide as well.
I don't know. We'll look, but I don't think so. It's a pretty good fish, though. Definitely not that one.
Close.
Yeah,
might
something
help
out
a
of
little.
that, yeah. Let's get back one of our connecting creeks and backwaters here. John Cox.
What we call the cheese, Davey Hyatt.
Oh, I love fishing the cheese when you got those big fish on it, like John Cox has found this particular slice of cheese.
He just gave up. I think it was like because the weeds were over his eyes. He was like, "What's happening?"
I think there's something to that. When oftentimes those bass, once they get vegetation around their head and totally cover their eyes, they don't
know where to run
just
to.
Like a
That's
horse,
5 though.
just like a horse, they settle.
Whew. Let's see.
Filling out a limit for John Cox.
Looking back on day 2 for John Cox, he bailed on this, and Brandon Polnick came in and caught some fish there in the afternoon. If he had one regret of this tournament so far, I bet it would be he should have stayed in that area the second day.
Could well be. Back to John Garrett. It's been a little slow for him this morning, slower than he had wanted it to be.
Here we go.
Number 2. Yeah, number 2. Everybody show how small of a bait I'm using. See that little piece of plastic on there? That's the juice. That's the juice. Yep. Let me see.
He was joking there, obviously. I know we got some people thinking, man, let's get another look at that.
Yeah, they are sold out everywhere already, and we don't even know what it is.
That's right.
Get them at Claire's Jewelry in the mall. That's the backing of an earring. That's what it looks like. Plastic earring.
John Garrett, who's fished the World Championship, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic back in 2017. Earned that right as a college angler through the bracket competition, Strike King College Bassmaster Series. Long run. There's one other kind of fishing, those connecting creeks and backwaters, also the flats, but this approach taken by Justin Hamner all 3 days worked out well for him on day 2, got him up to second place. Did not pay off so well yesterday, going all the way up to the Gunnersville Dam.
Oh, no, it's not. You're not big. He's a fat one. Part wave about got me.
Had a tough day up behind those Gunnersville Dam.
It's number 2.
Yesterday, because didn't have much current at all. You can see there is some current there this morning for him. Maybe it just started.
And he said people fishing from the bank with live bait had a good day, though, right in front of his eyes.
Pound and a half. Look at that little belly, though. That's when we come up here. They fat boys. Every one of them I was catching like down the lake was like skinny. You catch one up here though, she's thick.
Just goes to show you, there's some Tennessee River guys who know tail races well, but most of the Alabama anglers are from the Coosa River, Alabama
some
River.
Big fancy words today.
And that is the name of the game.
Sure.
Knowing how to read current, knowing how to get up behind tail
We're
races.
on the real fox.
This is what he does at home, even though it's not his
got
home.
another one. There we go.
Back-to-back cast.
Stop.
About a 45, 46 mile run up here from Decatur, Alabama.
They got that current ripping today. We gonna catch them. It's nice when you ain't even gotta turn the scale on. Literally the same exact weight. Pound and a half. Whoa. Don't be doing that.
Not time to call yet, Davey.
This was the first keeper earlier today for Justin Hamner. He's a little ahead of schedule.
Definitely ahead of schedule.
Figure something out.
There's more current there this morning than we saw any time we were with him yesterday. That's a good one there he started with this morning.
Just looked at the hourly report and there's 16,000.
Smallmouth?
Mm-hmm. Are you crazy?
Beautiful smallmouth bass.
Awesome. So, Dad, big old small jaw. That's for you. Love you, Dad. Happy Father's Day.
Father's Day love and a smallmouth with a big paunch on him. You can't beat that combination.
That's right.
Happy Father's Day, all y'all out there. Probably haven't heard that one yet, have you? We up here where I spent all day yesterday. Heck, this is where I spent about all week. We got one good smallmouth. I mean, that sucker's pretty. They actually just turned the current on more than I've seen all week, so like I'm excited. I know Cliff's over there just having a ball, but I don't mean we can't have fun too. Still just set up right here on the front of this little rock pile. That current is ripping. Got some fishing line. If you look on my Garmin, it's just unreal, all the fish.
It really is.
There.
Incredible how many fish are right there.
All that's bass. It's crazy. It's like a few different schools of them.
Justin Hamner, 20 pounds and 8 ounces on day number 2 up at this spot. Fell off precipitously yesterday, but seems to be back on track today. He is the face of bass fishing, the #1 representative as the world champion. From here in Alabama, we're going to be back here in Alabama, Wheeler Lake, in just a few moments to continue. Championship Sunday rolls on at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Decatur, Alabama. Famous Wheeler Lake on the Tennessee River. FXR providing a live coverage today. We have seen a lot. couple of hours worth of fishing. Well, more like getting closer to 3 hours at this point right now. And there's our Lawrence bird's eye view. Alex Weatherell out there on the Decatur Flats, famous fishing area. One of the most notorious, I guess you could say, places on the entire Tennessee River. Alex grinding today. He may have a long shot chance of catching the leaders. Probably not likely, but he is grinding out some points, getting a little bit better pay scale going here if possible. Yes. Everything. A lot of business to take care of.
Guaranteeing a best elite finish like by doing so.
That bite on this thing was a fun few minutes. Especially because it was like nothing on the 10-inch, and then caught that on the 16. I don't even know if it's 16. Just kind of made that number up. That's about what it looks like.
Doesn't appear that last fish we saw Hanselman catch did not call.
Take a look at some of the action from Alex's day yesterday. Good day for him out here. His best day so far.
Davey, he's been dragging a worm, but doing it a little different. And we know how on the Tennessee River, pressured fish or no current, how you have to switch up your cadence big time.
Yeah, you see basically one extreme or the other. These anglers have been fishing the Texas rig or the drop shot extremely slow, and Alex has got a little different technique.
I just think we got to wait till the afternoon.
Popping that bait up off the bottom, trying to get a reaction strike.
I think that sun really does just set him up on the edge of that grass. Like us leaving and coming back in the afternoon, I think was the right decision.
Just like fishing a crankbait or vibrating jig or a regular jig, it's real important to vary your technique, your speed of any bait, because that'll change. What it takes to trigger those fish will change from hour to hour. I've certainly caught a lot of fish on the Tennessee River hopping the worm like what we see Alex doing there, but then that'll go away, during the day sometimes, and they don't want that bait hopped up off the bottom. You got to drag it, keep your rod tip down and drag it.
Sometimes leave it lay for a little bit too, right? Yeah.
That's what I'm not real good at.
But nobody wants to do that.
Certainly something that at times is very, very effective.
Well, we saw John Garrett catch a fish. Second fish, I believe it was, a little bit ago. Gave us a little tip as to what he caught it on there. Called it the juice.
So that eliminates the band?
Yes. So there's like no gap, you know what I mean? Like you're not having to pull anything around, so.
He was talking about that the last tournament.
This is all that's left on it right here. And that little flat piece on the backside is what's gonna keep your hook up. Because a lot of times this gets wadded up on there.
So what he's doing there is hooking that worm in the middle, wacky style, instead of using a rubber band or some type of keeper.
Trying to get a hook out of my spinning reel.
Just a little different setup there to be able to keep your.
We're taking a nap.
Hook in the center of that worm and not lose his.
We're waiting on a bite. No, we are sitting on a shell bar where I've caught a good, probably half the fish I've weighed, and they're currently sitting there. There's like 50 fish sitting in front of my boat. But we are going to rig these couple rods up and just let them sit there without me casting on them for a minute. See if they'll kind of group back up a little bit, a little better, and I get a fresh cast in there, maybe trick one. It's like really important to, knowing where the fish are is key, but being able to manage and like how to fish for these fish on the Tennessee River, because you know, just because you have a group of fish don't mean you sit there and drag and fish and fish and fish and catch them, because it's just not how it works. It's like you're able to usually pull up and get a bite or two, and then they literally shut off and scatter out. So what I like to do is when I come to a place, or when I find a place, is like I fish it for a little bit, let it set for at least 30 minutes to an hour, and come back. And if you keep doing that throughout the day, at some point you're going to trigger those fish, because when they're not biting, all you're doing is pushing them away from the spot. So when you got them grouped up and you roll up right off the bat, I like to go through a bait rotation. If they don't bite, I leave and come back. Like I said, sometime through the day, you'll land on that spot and you'll trigger them, and that's when you can have a really good 15 minutes. But what we're doing right now is we're just like letting them sit, rigging a few rods up, and we're gonna stand up and make another rotation of baits through them. See if we can get them to fire, and if we don't get a bite within 10 minutes, we're just gonna let them sit, and we'll go hit another group of fish, and then we'll come back here later. But really really having careful thought about the places you have is really big on catching these fish. It's really hard finding them, and it's also really hard planning your day around them, because you can't just sit on these places all day. If you do, you'll drive the school away and they'll go live somewhere else and you won't find them again. So.
Some wise words there from a Bassmaster Elite Series rookie, a Tennessee River stud, someone who knows the secrets. He's from a couple lakes down the chain, the Kentucky Lake region. John Garrett from Bethel University. Our college series has came through the Opens into the Elite Series, and he's one of our champions. In his first year in the Elite Series, third event of the season, he wins at the Harris Chain, and he's kind of a feature of the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge today, because we are having a double-digit win phenomenon happening this year for 2024. In all of the Elite Series, the 19 years that the Elite Series has been formed, since the 2006 inaugural season all the way through this season, which is still in progress, 19 years, we've only had 16 times where the winner has won by 10 plus pounds, 16 times in 19 years, and 3 of those have happened this year. And we talk about the double-digit phenomenon. If you're looking at Bass Track right now and you see a 3 or 4 pound lead for Cliff Prince, it was 12 pounds and an ounce coming into the day. So we thought we may be adding a 4th double-digit victory of the season to that stat, which is absolutely a phenomenal deal that at the 3rd event, John Garrett does it at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Then we go to the St. Johns River and Corey Johnston does it. Corey didn't even need to fish the final day. He won with his 3-day total. That's how dominating it was. The second largest margin of victory in history, right behind Patrick Walters, who did it a few years ago. But Patrick Walters then follows it up at Lake Murray, our last event, and wins by double digits on one of his home lakes. So 3 in a row. This could be the 4th time if Cliff Prince does what he's done the last few days and get close to that 20-pound mark. So 16 times for 19 years, 3 times this year, could be a 4th today. It's got the makings of it possibly. But looking back in history, we've had it happen at least every single year since 2019. So 2019, 20, 21, 22, and 23 all had one instance of it. Previous to that, every year had one except for 07, 2012, and 2014. So the fact that those years had 2, that was an uptick. 3, that is a phenomenon. Double-digit victories, a big deal this year. Some of the Elite Series pros have been wondering, why have there been so many blowouts? Someone has figured it out better than the rest, but Ray Hanselman says, hey, not so fast. I'm going to keep it single digits for as long as possible.
Double-digit victories are great. They're awesome. It's a spectacle to watch. You don't want to be your full diet to be double-digit victories.
No.
We as fans like a little what you call DRAMA,
yes.
Ronnie Moore.
Yes.
And we're getting a little closer to that part.
We are.
Kind of a story today with Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman Jr. started with a 12-pound, 2-ounce deficit, did Ray Hanselman, and he's cut it down considerably his final day. Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Wheeler Lake in Alabama. There is Wheeler Lake right there between famous Lake Gunnersville and Lake Wilson, which is the gateway to Pickwick Lake. All famous fisheries right there, down to our 10 who are remaining on this final day. They've gotten some good work done already. their trip to Decatur, Alabama. Alex Weatherell looking for his best finish ever at the Bassmaster Elite Series and climbing up, started in 7th place, up to 5th place now. So chipping away at it.
It's the size of your boat, so like, you can just so easily miss them.
Looking at his side imaging,
Day one.
a lot of the anglers will have it
I had it. They were sitting
on the rear of the boat. Some anglers have it on the front and the rear. And probably the most helpful tool there has ever been at this point, just searching for fish offshore. You can get a good picture left and right of your boat. You look at the very top center of the screen is the boat and everything out to the left and the right. You can set that up. Most anglers will have that anywhere from 75 to 150 feet to the left and or right. Get a good picture, and you can see the fish. They look like little dots. I call them tic tacs. Oftentimes they'll leave a shadow that you can really distinguish which type fish they are by that. And you can see the stumps, you can see the shell bars. The big thing here, though, that is so helpful for looking for these fish when they're a little deeper. When they're shallow, it's hard to get that good picture and distinguish those fish from other things, the vegetation, your stumps, and that sort of thing. So a little better angle from that transducer on the transom of the boat gives you a lot better picture. The Decatur Flats is that side imaging is not as effective there as it is if you're in, let's say, 8 to 50 feet of water.
Yeah, and when you're talking about the Tic Tacs, they'll be bright, but the shadow they cast is dark. So when you saw those dark objects, those are shadows from a stump or from a high spot or something like that.
Well, the big score today has been the limit so far of Ray Hanselman, almost 22 pounds. Run down our leader to start the day, Cliff Prince. A good bit of that work done so far.
He pulled pretty hard once, but yeah, that's a good fish.
Ray does a good job setting hook with this big worm on long cast. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Let's see if this one helps him.
That'll cool. Heck yeah. That one pushing 4 pounds there.
Had a 3-pounder, was the smallest, 3 even.
Yeah.
Pound upgrade it.
It's all over 4 pounds, a little more, a little less. It's gonna help him a pound.
Wow, I got a clip on that big thing.
He will now have if it's a pound upgrade, he'll have the second biggest bag of the tournament, only to Cliff Prince's 26-pound bag yesterday.
You think he could be a little bit light on a couple of these 5.0, 5.0s, 5.8
Could
in
be.
his limit?
Could be.
I mean, Cliff Prince was way light yesterday on his bass track.
Well, I think he had, 4.5 to 5s, and then he had a 7.5, and so we knew he was at least a pound light on the big fish.
He had 2 solid 5.5s that he really thought. I talked with him last night about it. He said, I just, it was all happening so fast. I thought they were 4s and they were 5s.
Yeah.
Cut into that lead of Cliff Prince's, just a little bit more. Ray Hanselman there.
Now it's only 210.
Yeah, definitely helped him a pound there.
Shakur. Changing fourth has the best total other than Prince and Hanselman.
And Hanselman now has secured basically that his weight has gone up every single day. He is now, his day 4 is his best day of the week. And if you're Cliff Prince, you don't want to see that, but you also, if you're Cliff Prince, you want to make someone have to beat you by catching the biggest bag of their week and outdoing anything they've done all week. And so he's got such a big lead that that's what Ray has to do.
That's really strong. I mean, for Ray to increase his weight every day, you know,
Justin
it's
Hamner.
not the norm here on Tennessee River in June.
Checked in with Justin a little bit ago, finding the conditions a lot better than they were yesterday. His water is moving. His competition hasn't appeared on the scene yet.
I think they were there first thing this morning, but they left for Father's Day lunch.
Okay. Thank goodness for Father's Day.
Ooh, thank you.
Oh, that was almost bad.
Smallmouth had to be 15 inches.
I think I tore a meniscus on that one. Where's my meniscus at? Oh. Ooh, that hurts. Oh. Yeah.
Definitely over 15 inches.
Oh, gosh. It's right there.
Classic champ with his top 10 finish, moving into second place in the Angler of the Year.
Yes.
He has a good little run. He could win both in the same year. It hadn't been done in, what, a dozen years or so, 2011.
24 been good to Justin Hamner.
So, feels little. I mean, it ain't as little as I thought it was, but it ain't big. That ain't a dink, but
That's 3.
yeah. Wow. Cold tag numbers I got there.
You mentioned it's been an eventful few months for Justin Hamner. He also gets to dip his toes into the world of broadcast commentary next week with us. He'll come. He's going to come into studio in the off week and commentate our next Bassmaster Open that the anglers are practicing for currently.
I expect he'll do a good job at that.
Get a little on look of who he's got to face next year on the Elite Series.
Yeah. It's a sneak peek for him.
Scouting report.
It'd be good to hear stories of post-classic win, how his life has changed. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, we'll talk to him at length about all that stuff. Everybody wants to know more about that. Popular victory, the classic here. A couple of popular guys through the years. Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman, neither one has hoisted that blue trophy yet. One of them likely will at the end of today.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Starting next Sunday, the U.S. competes in the Championship of the Americas right here at home as Melissa McKinnick and USA seek their first ever Copa America title. It all kicks off with the U.S. taking on Bolivia next Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox. We got a big day happening right here. Final Championship Sunday. 4 days of fishing. Decatur, Alabama on Wheeler Lake. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite is the 6th stop of the year out of 9 tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Only 9 opportunities to grab one of those championships, and those weeks are slipping by here. We only have 3 more left after this one. But these 10 out here remaining today have gotten the job done this week. They have outlasted 90 other competitors to earn the right to be out here today, and we are watching them all day long live in the boat with our leader and second place. There they are right there, Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman. Cliff Prince started the day with a big lead, 12 pounds and 2 ounces, and it has been under assault from Ray during the course of the day.
Man, it's been pretty slow since first thing this morning. I mean, we caught them pretty quick, not as good as we have earlier this week, but that's to be expected, I guess, you know, after you catch 15 or 20 off of one single spot for 4 days. But, I mean, we got a decent little limit. You know, if I mill around here, I didn't find them till 1 o'clock in practice. So, I mean, they'll bite up in the day. You know, maybe once the boats and stuff clear out, we'll kind of get away from it a little bit and then kind of just swing back through here and catch a couple that count. But right now, I think they're just kind of in a lull with the wind blowing. They haven't been biting when the wind's been blowing too much. But we're going to keep milling around in here today, and hopefully we run into a couple of big ones like we have in the past few days. So you guys stay tuned, and I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't go anywhere either.
No, that place is money. There's no doubt about it. You saw that big total from yesterday, by far the biggest limit of the tournament so far at 26.2, and there was one big component to that, Davey.
Big part of it, and that music means it is the Power Pole replay of the day. It was yesterday, and we're going to start it off today. You can't see too much of this. Cliff Prince found a magical spot the last day of practice, and it has been magical every single day. Yesterday being the best, having a good day, and then this.
Look at that freaking toad.
I just had to listen to that one more time, by the way. Power Pole replay today, Cliff Prince. Half ounce chatterbait, getting it done. 26 pounds, 2 ounces, anchored by this 7 pound, 9 ounce. Beautiful, beautiful Wheeler Lake bass.
Holy
Oh, at that point of the day, to have that big one come to the boat, Cliff said it. That's a gift right there, folks. That is a blessing.
It really is. I mean, to catch a 7 pounder any day, anywhere on the Bassmaster Elite Series is great. But in June, post-spawn, Tennessee River, mid-morning, man, what a beautiful fish. Real quick on that half-ounce chatterbait, the exact same, not the but the exact same chatterbait that he caught the 32.5 pounds at Lake Fork on earlier in the year. Half-ounce chatterbait, green shad. I said, so it's the same colors? He said, no, it's the exact same one.
Did not break it off, did not lose it.
4-inch Little Boss Bass Assassin swim bait trailer. Color is Snowstorm.
The rest of this in there.
It's like a ribbed boot tail type of trailer.
Yes.
A little kick on it, but you just got some of those baits, Davey, that you could get a brand new one out of the pack, and they just don't feel like that one that's gotten bit by 32
have all
pounds.
those battle wounds on it.
Those scratches on the head of the chatterbait from the teeth are not too bad, or from the,
from the
bass teeth.
Oh,
but,
bass.
No, but the scratches.
Ray Hanselman putting some ice in to moderate that warm water.
Ray's making it interesting
today. Yeah,
he's making it
absolutely. He has turned it into he has added the big D, the drama, to this one.
And you say, well, Cliff's laid off the fish every day. What's going to happen when he fishes all day? We really don't know. It doesn't automatically mean he's going to keep catching them like he did early in the morning.
Could go any direction.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, those are.
Alex Weatherell having some fun today.
Come back for it.
Come back for it.
Oh, there we go.
Solid fish there.
One.
Should help him. Smallest one is a
think we
pound. That's
found him.
definitely more than 1 pound.
Just side him in just a little bit, a couple 100 yards down. He choked that thing.
Alex, let's get on over to, looks like we're headed to Ray Hanselman, certainly a big part of our story at the top of our bulletin board today for sure.
Looking at all his fish weights yesterday, and he was pretty close. He had like 19 and a half on Bass Track and ended up with 20 pounds, 7 ounces, so he was not too far off.
Lorraine's bird's eye view of Ray's setup there at
Some
one of
wicked
his
roots.
2 spots that have been the place that pays for him.
I will later. Huh? Yeah, I can. I've already burned through 20 pounds. Okay.
More talk about the amount of ice he's using to keep the water temperature down in the live wells, keep those fish healthy.
20
4
pounds
ounces,
of ice and
4 ounces per deceased fish penalty for, and you can't cull. We saw that on day 1 with Wes Logan. Had a small one, his smallest of the day. He realized it had passed away and could not cull up. You can't throw that fish back, so changes
cull.
your whole game plan.
Can't release a dead fish. At this point, it could certainly cost him the tournament, because if he would have a small fish die and not be able to cull it, it would keep him from having a chance to overtake the cliff prints and the weight that he has.
These guys having to deal more with just physical discomfort from the heat as well. We've heard reports of electronics shutting down, of plastic baits melting, and so forth like that. It's a heat like this is a real issue.
Our guys have done a great job. Of the top 10, no one has more than 1 infraction this week. Some with a perfect slate still, so you know that they've kept most of the ounces and pounds that they've caught in the boat on the scoreboard.
Yes.
I wish they'd put thermometers in your live well. I'm sure some boat company, I guess I can put my own little swimming pool one in there, but something that'll beep when it gets over 80 degrees or something. That would be handy. You hear that beep, you're like, oh yeah, I need to go.
That little bit of breeze helps out on the comfort factor for sure. When that quits, that's when you really feel it.
And the one big thing, it is huge drama. 12-pound lead, giving it up and it being within 2-3 pounds is no small feat. Ray has done his job. But for Cliff, so much room to grow. A simple 5 for him almost puts it at arm's length again.
Yes. Boy, this one's hard to pull away from. A very, very tense situation building up out there between Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman, both looking for their first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it just gets tighter and tighter.
A scorching hot championship Sunday for the 6th championship Sunday of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. Happy Father's Day to everybody all around the world tuning in to the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite in beautiful Decatur, Alabama. We're on our final day of competition. Only 10 anglers remain, and we're going to see all this action brought to you by the fine folks at FXR. Got to thank them for their great support, bringing you live coverage off the water and everything that's happening, and that a good look at everything that is happening. Our tournament leader, 14-year Elite Series veteran Cliff Prince, left the dock this morning with a 12-pound lead. But as you see, that lead has been dwindled away just a little bit. Ray Hanselman Jr., a Del Rio, Texas angler that has one of the most unique stats to his name. He won an entire division of Costas and the championship. His family flew in, and they would love to celebrate Father's Day on the stage with him this afternoon. All of it going down here in the great state of Alabama. The northern part of Alabama, Wheeler Lake, 68,000 acres. But it all happens at Ingalls Harbor, where our takeoff is, and that's where I'm standing right now with a 4-time Bassmaster winner, a 2-time member of the Bassmaster Century Club, and really everything good. The one and only Lee Livesey joining me on location. And Lee, this tournament, a lot of preconceived notions coming into it, but what stands out to you in this event?
Yes, for sure on that. And I was one of those guys that had a lot of preconceived notions without even having any knowledge. You know, I thought certain things, little sweet spots, little hard spots, I never found any of that. Had a really tough practice. Did good in the tournament, but those sweet spots are what are showing out. Look at what Cliff is doing, what Ray's doing. I'm not sure about the rest of them, but I know for sure Ray and Cliff are on exact little bitty sweet spots. You know, whether it's shell or grass, I'm not real sure, but sweet spots where they have big schools of obviously great big largemouth.
Watching them live right now, 1 and 2, Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman. How sweet can the spots be? Meaning, I don't think the average viewer understands just how precise we're talking.
So I've fished around Cliff a little bit in the afternoons. When I say around him, 1,000 yards from him, and he's not moving. He's guarding his spot after he catches them. He weighed in 26-something yesterday, and he told me, I think he said he had 4 or 5 big ones on the first 4 or 5 casts. Caleb was starting, about where I was fishing 1,000 yards from him. He said he had one on before his trolling motor got in the water almost. It was so fast. So Those little bitty sweet spots are holding those bass. I'm sure they're eating gizzard shad out there on that flat. Those bigger ones are definitely probably keying in on gizzard shad if I had to guess. And just like Ray, obviously Cliff, I think the whole world's rooting for Cliff and me as well. Ray's my good buddy from Texas. But, man, this is like 101 Ray Hanselman. He's great breaking down these massive flats, and so is Cliff. He's from Florida, St. John's River, but Ray's really good with the 6-inch swank crankbaits that are above grass. Obviously, he's throwing a worm some too, but he's really good at breaking down flats like this.
His 3rd championship Sunday, Alex Weatherell from Connecticut. Does good in hot weather events, even though he's from Connecticut. His first cut was in Orange.
Yeah, well, you can tell. We're talking about sweet spots. He's got his old trick spot locked, and he's throwing back behind the boat on an exact little spot.
And just like that, hooked up live.
There we go. Relax, relax. Fixing to get right in a hurry. Relax. Don't kick me there again. I think that. Ooh. Bro,
Not on
is
Father's
just...
Day. Oh.
Is he keen?
Move your scale.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better. All right, let's see.
It's a better than average fish right there. I can't really tell. We froze up, but anything over that 3-pound mark is a good fish this week. Obviously not for Ray and Cliff, but, man, they're showing out. I think this is the next cast.
Wow. And another great example of once you're on that exact sweet spot, it can happen in a hurry.
Yep, that was the next cast. You could tell he'd marked him, though. He said, I'm about to get right in a hurry. Like he saw him with his side image, or, however he found him. He's got a school of them located with his electronics, and now he knows he's about to get right in a hurry. Like he said, catch 2, 3, 4 in a row.
Knows he's about to get right, but almost lost that fish right there. And
jumped on the sucker.
Bear claws it out of the water. It's like a grizzly to a pink salmon right there.
Same exact cast. Over and over and over.
You hear him saying same exact cast over and over and over. It's just like an offshore school. Like a deep one.
Find out how many fish are in here.
You have to get that exact cast, whether it's, deep to shallow, shallow to deep, hitting that shell just right, stump just right, whatever he's fishing, grass edge. You have to have that precise cast, and you see these guys that are in the top 10 doing really good, man. They found those sweet spots, and they broke them down to the exact cast to get those fish to bite. So I never found anything like that. I was just flailing around on a grass flat and never knew where I was going to catch one and just made it work. He's got another one.
Wow, he is really making you look like you know what you're talking about, Lee.
He called it. He said, I'm about to get right in a hurry. I'm guessing he idled over it, saw him on the side image and out there on a hard spot or something.
We're going to stop beating our hand up here.
Saw 10 or 15 of them out there. And he called his shot. He said, I'm about to get right in a hurry. Looks like he was throwing some kind of plastic worm, big worm or something. I couldn't really tell.
The nice thing about Championship Sunday is there's no more fish management. I mean, they're just going to, and that's what intrigues me about Prince's area. I mean, he's laid off every day at 9:30. What will he bring in with a full day?
Yeah, and Ray as well.
I think we should do it just for the heck of it.
Ray is, it's not over yet. I mean, we're looking at 3 pounds. That's, I think Cliff weighed a 7-something yesterday, and I think Ray has one today maybe. That's 2 or 3 sevens, and it could get really interesting. I talked to Cliff a little bit. He had 2 groups on the same spot, but they were 2 different groups. And he said yesterday they broke up and all went to one spot. So I don't know if he's having to move around a little bit or if they're all on that same cast he was on.
Yeah, he did.
He caught 26 pounds, so I think both schools came together.
He's got it.
Got him another one.
Whoa. Here we go. Big worm, big fish.
Going through a rotation of baits, and that was also key this week. But a guy who is doing something a little bit different, we're going to travel a long, long way to hook up with our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion. And his biggest problem yesterday was a 7-year-old boy with a reel upside down using live bait. Outfished him right in front of him. He said it was him and that 7-year-old boy going to battle today, and he is hooked up live.
Definitely get rid of that one.
I've actually heard a few horror stories about live bait fishermen up there embarrassing anglers. That kind of pushed me away from going up there and practicing.
Well, he lived the horror yesterday. I believe there's actually a picture where he's in the foreground, and you can see the kid with a 5-pounder jumping in the background. Obviously, anglers competing here, not allowed to use live bait, lures only.
Kill your babies.
Hamner's got bait fuel. That's pretty close.
Oh, don't stop it. Any opportunity to give yourself a
So speaking of embarrassing, see that cheese mat right there? The second day of practice.
Step on the butterfly.
I go in there and find that cheese mat, and I get 6 frog bites. And I always catch them to see what size I have when I start practice. I have no idea what's in this lake. So getting back there is pretty hard. Not hard, it takes a little bit. I get back there and I fish back there where Cox is for a couple hours, and I get 6 bites, and they were all 2-pounders. Every one of them, not over 2.
Well, that was cool.
And guess who comes in there when I'm in there? Cox. And I'm on that cheese mat right there, where he is right there.
Just so worn out. I was like, I gotta.
And I told Caleb, I said, man, I found a place I caught him frogging today, but I don't think I can catch but 10 pounds. Anyways, Cox was on the other side, didn't talk to him. I left. Come to weigh in the first day, Cox weighs in 22 pounds, and I saw him coming back from down south when I was on the flats. And I said, oh my gosh, if Cox got those 22 pounds in there frogging, I'm going to die. And I thought, surely there's no way, because I had 6 bites that were all under 2 pounds. And Cox goes in there and top 10s out of my cheese mat.
And he has done all his damage there. When we get a wide shot again, you'll see that mat literally looks like a chalkboard that Freddie Krueger has gone to work on.
So
and
it was
all of those casts are from him over the last 4 days.
I think me and him are the only people that went in there. There was no trails on it when I was there. I was the first one to throw a frog on it. Full of gizzard shad was the deal. You think Bremen stuff? That whole cheese mat was full of giant gizzard shad.
Wow. Well, it's worked for John Cox, and his only worry is the power lines that he's fished under all week. It's kind of freaking him out a little bit. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Cliff Prince, one of the great fathers of this sport. His family grew up on the Elite Series. He is trying to achieve a lifetime goal here today with just a few hours of competition left on Wheeler Lake. Welcome back. On location coverage along the shores of Wheeler Lake. That is where our event has happened, but more Bassmaster coverage coming your way, and that's going to be from Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma. That June 20th. 20th to 22nd, and you'll be able to watch the Saturday competition right here. St. Croix Bassmaster opens, and that is a very intriguing tour because that is the future of the anglers that will be living here on the Elite Series. 9 of them will qualify, and an opportunity to look at how that is breaking down right now. Your Tackle Warehouse EQ standings atop the leaderboard. One of those pesky Canadians, Evan Kung, with 747 points. Dakota E. Bear behind him. Easton Fothergale, what a story that is. Cody Meyer, Brandon McMillan. Look at those names.
Yeah.
Lee, as an Elite Series pro, does that excite you or just frustrate you that level of competition is coming here next year?
So there's a couple names in there that we're familiar with, obviously, with Dakota and Cody and Brandon too. But some of those young guys like Paul Marks,
Bo Browning.
Yeah, Bo. Easton, he fished the Classic this year. So, that's a scary group right there for sure.
An incredible group of anglers, and they'll be battling it out in the Opens. Let's get down to part of that class from 2023, Logan Parks, his first season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is also his first Championship Sunday appearance, and why not just do it in your home state of Alabama? Logan, a big part of the collegiate program on its way here, qualified through those EQ Opens and hooked up live.
Hey, we're 9-0. Final day of the Bassmaster Elite Series on Lake Wheeler. Berkeley Maxent, hit worm, keeper number 1. Had to run down to a little keeper hole down here to try and get us a few before the carnage that is going to ensue this afternoon, hopefully. And he is a 1-0-0, 1-pounder.
A lot of our guys would have loved to have a keeper hole.
Let's see if we can't.
He had a little trouble yesterday with a pesky 7-year-old trying to take out him, but having some more troubles here today. Wow. What is happening here? This is the world champion, Lee.
Literally the spool.
Apparently Caleb's been fishing at the dam.
Come on,
that's
guys.
a mess. I thought it was
Don't
a
do
cast
that,
net for a
man.
minute. Oh, it's a whole spool of line. Whole spool of Berkeley big game.
Hey, kids, you can achieve these dreams. Justin Hamner has had troubles this week. A day ago, he left to come here in the morning, and, he was dragging his extension cord. Didn't unplug it, just trailed on down the road with it. But just because you're a mess at times doesn't mean you can't be the world champion of this sport. Somebody that makes me very happy every single time we see him on camera is John Cox, and let's go check in with him right now. Done all his damage in one area.
All week. During the cup, he was with us. It was crazy. It's not like a normal thing, I don't think.
Oh, it's a special butterfly.
The butterflies have been doing you on the bass plate?
Well, it's wild. When I was here in 2016, one was like on my shoulder and my head the entire tournament. When for the Forest Wood Cup, and it's crazy from day one. When we come in here, he showed up and landed in the boat, and it's just crazy, And he showed up day one after I caught my last big one, so that was just, it gave me chills because it reminded me. The cup was such an amazing win because, I'm in the back of a creek, I'm frogging, 4 days of the tournament. It was unbelievable that it held up, and was able to win that one. And you know, and to have that, I mean, I've never fished a tournament and had a butterfly on the boat the whole time. And this is the second time. And yeah, and it's on the same lake and we're frogging again. It's just kind of weird. But
that spot's not that big either.
Wow, a good luck charm for John Cox, and he has been obsessed with those butterflies this week. Do you think it's the same butterfly? Just likes them.
I do.
I mean,
he's making it work.
If I was a butterfly and I had to land in somebody's head, why not John Cox?
John Cox or Rick Clun, they're not going to hurt you.
Yeah, you're going to have a good time. Speaking of a good time, fishing his very first championship Sunday. Just moments ago, got the skunk out of the boat, but let's check back in with Logan Parks. Had a horde of people around him this morning. A lot of family here supporting him. And they'll be happy to hear that sound.
That is a good sound.
Oh, got us another one. Another little 12-incher. Get us a limit of these, then we'll go back to throwing that plug around, trying to catch some bigger fish.
From 10th place, let's jump up to first and second, and that is Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman Jr. from Del Rio, Texas. Cliff, obviously, from Palatka, Florida.
Try something a little different. That's about the size of the shad.
Hanselman's had the biggest day of the two.
I think Ray just said he's going to try something new. Looked like he got a little swim bait out. Said he was seeing the shad that they were throwing up in his live well, or when he was landing them, one of the two, trying a little swim bait or something.
Back to an angler who's been perpetually hooked up every time we've seen him on camera, so I would imagine it won't be long now for Alex Weatherell. And I don't have to imagine anymore, Lee.
No.
Get over here. There we go. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Where'd they go? Donk.
I'm not sure where Alex is, but this is what you think about. You know, these are these preconceived notions before we got here, sitting on one spot, one little hard spot, whatever it is, grass. I'm not sure what it is, shale, probably inside grass, and just making one cast and catching fish after fish after fish after
My thumb's
fish.
all beat up.
This is what we think about. It's just needle in a haystack to find them, whether you find them fishing or whether you find them with your electronics. And these guys at the top, that's what they're doing. That's what they're figuring out, little bitty sweet spots. Even Cox, where you're not finding with electronics or anything, that's way in the back of something in a little bitty spot in a big pond where he's getting his money.
3-3. Yeah.
More of the same for Weatherall. The smallest fish was 2.8, so that's not going to be any more. But let's check in with our classic champ. Looks like, well, more of the same for him, too.
2 days.
Feel like we need some Benny Hill music cued in behind
Those are like
him.
brand new. That's the third one of those crankbaits.
Might need to tie that on, Justin. If you catch the same color crankbait 3 different times off the bottom, you might want to try it.
Yeah, there's a chance it works. What a mess, though.
Apparently he's fishing a high traffic
Nothing
area.
else today. We're going to clean up the lake.
Well, we'll let him work that out and get untangled, disheveled, and, well, I mean, his week's been a mess, but he is part of Championship Sunday, and he is also in second place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Just showing that it happens to everybody. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake. Cliff Prince atop the leaderboard. Who's he got to be scared outside of Ray Hanselman?
Cox.
Yeah.
He said he had a 10-pounder back there.
Catches that and things could get very interesting, and we'll watch it right here.
I watched this stuff whenever I was 10 years old, so you know, I never really seen myself doing it until I started bass fishing and fishing competitively. And then the more I do it, the more competitive I get, and the more I want to do it, and the more I'm driven to win. You know? Holy crap, dude! Look at that frickin' toad! Are you frickin' kidding me? If you're not in the bass fishing, you should really watch it. This field has gotten stronger and stronger every year I've been in it. This is an exciting time to be in the bass fishing industry, and I think it's just going to grow from here. Last pitch, I said, this is the last one. 7-pounder.
Cliff Prince takes the lead.
You know, my dad's no longer with me, and I'd like to dedicate this one to him, for sure. But I've been close, and I've beat myself, but I'm not beating myself tomorrow. We're gonna catch them, and I'm gonna do my job.
Cliff Prince, and how fitting on Father's Day to put a tribute out to his father, and he's one of the great fathers of the sport, really. Like, I mean, his family's growing up here. I mean, there was an event where his daughter actually saved a drowning person at an event. Like, they're such a great family, and man, nobody in the bass fishing world wouldn't want to see them celebrate here today. But Ray Hanselman Jr.'s family flew in from Del Rio, Texas, and they'd love to see it too, Lee Livesey.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty awesome to watch Cliff just in that clip and talking about his father on Father's Day. But there's something pure about Cliff Prince with all the drama we have in bass fishing now. Man, this kind of brings us all back together at Bassmaster and makes us feel good. I know that for sure.
Great event and very versatile the way anglers have caught him. But let's check in with our tournament leader, Cliff Prince, and have a look at how his day has gone. And all week long, he is literally laid off at 9:30 in the morning. Caught what he needed and just kind of laid off. Doesn't have to hold off here today. But that's the way you want your day to start on Championship Sunday, especially an emotional guy like Cliff. Like, I think if it had gone for a few-hour lull, it would have been a lot tougher on him.
Oh, yeah, no, he's making it easy on himself, catching him like he is every morning. He found the juice.
Said he found it at 1 o'clock during pre-fish, so told me backstage yesterday, said, I feel confident that they're going to bite whenever I go there. Found it at 1 o'clock in pre-fish, I think on the last day of pre-fish. And prides himself on saying one of my biggest things was I just always wanted to win, but I wanted to win where guys knew I won on something I found. It was all me, and it has been all him this week.
Yeah, like I said, we're all rooting for Cliff. This is pretty awesome to watch.
He's been so close so many times in the past.
Drifting across, and I had a couple of bites in one particular area. And then the last day of practice, I come over here, and there was a local guy, and he was catching them every cast right there where I got a couple of bites. And I'm like, dang. So, I mean, it's...
That was at 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock, yeah. Both times when I got bit, it was late in the day. And that's the reason I come back over here the last day of practice, just to see. And he was sitting here, so I didn't come over here. I just said I probably ought to start there. And I figured he'd be out here catching them, but nobody tried to get on it, you know. So very fortunate in that category for sure. Because it'd have been a very different outcome probably.
You opened up the segment talking about select spots, just direct areas, and man, he has found the area. And
I'll tell you how small they are. Like, I practiced all over there where Cliff is. There's a giant shell bed right there. Some gravel is even out there, and grass too, obviously. But man, I was on, like, I had to have missed where Cliff was by 100 foot, 200 foot. They just didn't bite one cast. Like, I spent hours right in there where he's at, and I'm talking about up shallow where he is, but I've missed it on the riverside a little bit, I think. And man, he has found the sweet spot. Like I said earlier, he said he had 2 little groups of them. He just said that right there. Same spot, just 2 different groups of them. You know, whether 100 foot away, 200 foot away, I'm not sure. And he said yesterday one of those groups disappeared, or he thinks they all came together in one school. So he's got 2 little sweet spots out there on that shell, grass, gravel mix out there on the flats.
from Cliff Prince's sweet spot, let's check in with Alex Weatherell, who has found himself a sweet spot as we've seen this morning, but not far from another one of our top 10 anglers, John Garrett.
Dang, he is catching him.
This stretch down there, kind of where Alex and them are, a little bit further down the lake from Cliff, there's kind of a big, the main channel splits, and there's a big
right
outside
there
bend.
To me, from like right there to me, on the edge of the middle of the channel.
Perfect. You got him?
I like 15.
Oh, nice.
You?
I got 3 2-pounders.
You'll get 5 here. They're here. I would start there and just like work your way, but like the waypoint I have is between me and you.
All right. Would you scan them?
Yeah, you hear that in other sports, right?
Right.
There's a bunch of them here. Oh, no, we got came off.
Oh, there was one.
Wow, Alex has them fired up today. He missed that fish, hit it again, missed it, hit a stump or something, hooked a stump, and the bass ate it
I
off.
think he got me on a stump or something.
You're pulling Tony Romo moves here this segment, Lee. I'm pretty impressed. I mean, you say it and the anglers back it up. I feel like you're texting them.
I'm just like spot locked right in the middle of the channel and just casting that way.
How about that hockey game last night?
Very entertaining.
Not so much.
What if you're an Oilers fan?
The most embarrassing thing in sports, getting pulled as a goalie.
Let's take a movie. That was a great example of how sweet the spots need to be. 2 anglers side by side, only one of them catching them there. But let's have a look at Wesley Gore in a unique perspective. Got him from the air right now. An Elite Series rookie, but his second Championship Sunday, and he nearly made his first Championship Sunday at his first Elite Series event where he finished 11th.
So I'm not sure about everybody's history here, but I'm just guessing Wesley probably has more more knowledge here than anybody in the top 10, if I'm guessing. He knows this place pretty good end to end.
That were there the last 3 days, so and they're very difficult to get to bite. I've had them nip at my bait, but I haven't really connected with one yet, at least on a jerk bait, which is what I've been wanting to get them on. That seems to get better quality ones. But
not sure what Wesley's saying, but he's just explaining his day, what's going through his head. You know, he's running a lot of spots, unlike me, because he has a lot of knowledge.
We got 5 small ones.
Confident in what's out there, you know.
Into a couple big ones, so we're going to give this a few more minutes and go try some shallow stuff.
Yeah, I've seen him doing a little bit of everything this week all over the place. You know, he's jumping and hitting isolated stuff up the river, on the flats, just all kinds of stuff, just going through progressions. Saw him fishing, you know, just stumps on a bar. Looks like he's scoping with the jerkbait right now. He's good. He's a really good guy and a really good angler as well. I like Wesley.
And totally has the personality to do great. You know what I mean? Like, he's like an Alabama version of you.
I don't know about that.
No, you know, he's got that calm kind of gunslinger mojo about himself.
I hadn't hung out with him enough. I'll have to test his abilities one night.
I feel like you two would get along just fine. Let's check in with Alex Redwine.
Just came into a different, kind of just moved around. I'm going to keep an open mind. I think this is a white bass. Yeah, white bass. Been a slow day for us so far, but I mean, I'm trying to just keep an open mind. I mean, we're here on day 4, so I'm just kind of fishing some water that I've just kind of had in the back of my head, some stuff that I haven't really looked at since the first day of practice. Yeah, we're sitting on 3 still. One of the fish that we caught is all right. Like, it's like a 2.5, 3 pounder or whatever, but I don't know, just trying new stuff, checking things off the list. The place that caught most of my weight on day 2 and day 3 it's just kind of fizzling out. Whether that's from Jay and I kind of fishing it pretty hard, or if it's just different day, new conditions, current, whatever it may be. So I don't know, just gotta try stuff new. I mean, I'm just gonna enjoy the day, see where the day takes us. It's still pretty early. It's only like a little after 10 o'clock. But yeah, try new stuff, keep an open mind, hopefully catch some fish, and just kind of see where the rest of the day takes us, you know, and just, I'm relaxed for the most part, just hanging out, Wheeler Lake, catching a few bass every once in a while. I'd like to catch a few more, but it's all good though.
It's all good. Of course it's all good. It's Father's Day. It's Championship Sunday, and it's the second Championship Sunday that Alex Redwine is competing in, and a welcome addition here on Championship Sunday. You see those ripples on the water? That means the wind is actually blowing today. It has been so hot here this week, Lee Livesey. I've actually had fantasies about shoveling snow.
I don't know about that, but the breeze is very welcomed.
Very welcome, and lots more to come from the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. Championship Sunday, my favorite day of the week. Happy Father's Day to everybody. But this is a look at yesterday's weigh-in and how our top 10 got in the mix. And we're going to have a weigh-in this afternoon where it all becomes official. Everything is officially unofficial until the fish hit the scales, and that's how our sport works. This afternoon's weigh-in, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see it on Bassmaster.com. Make sure to tune into that. And you see right there our Yeti hot seat is going to be loaded by Cliff Prince at this point in the tournament. And the Prince family and many bass fishing fans around the world hoping that he can seal the deal on his first Elite Series victory in his 14th season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So make sure you tune in this afternoon on Bassmaster.com, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're in the local area, come on down. Lots of stuff to do and activations here at Ingalls Harbor.
Much room right there.
In Alabama.
That's the first good one of the day. We'll take that. It's a pretty one. Looks pre-spawn. He's fat. They've been skinning this week. It's a beautiful one. Let's see what he goes. So the goal will get 5 of these. And we still probably won't be ahead of Cliff.
No, you will not.
There we go. 280. Take that. Little fat fella. Not giant, but a pretty.
Gonna call a 1 pounder with that. Looks like he got it on a jerkbait, and he's been doing a lot of damage with a jerkbait. Yesterday was trading jerkbaits with Jacob Porosnik, but let's take a long trip up the river all the way to the Gunnersville Dam. And let's see what tomfoolery our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion Justin Hamner's up to.
You never know what's going to happen up there, apparently.
Oh, he's fishing. This is different.
He's not hung up.
I was certain he would be wrestling a squirrel by this point.
All right, so
I wouldn't doubt that either. Give
still
it time.
Up here doing kind of the same deal. I mean, they're here. They were pulling current really good earlier, and thought I could get them going, but man, they're just so smart.
It's a live look at his
They ain't
screen.
falling for my tactics anymore. I've thrown everything at the boat at them. So I'm kind of moved off my primary spot, hitting a few more rock piles. There's one rock pile up here that really good. I mean, you can see right there. It's kind of like what you're looking for when, you know, go up north on them smallmouth. Looking for those big boulders, and they just sit around it just because it makes such a good eddy. And that's what we're doing up here at the tail race.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be in the current and want as much current as you can get, but they're always going to find somewhere, you know, hide behind. And that's what we're looking for. The afternoon bite had been pretty good. Every day I was catching them really after 10:30 or 11, because that's when they would start generating more water. If you see right there, that's a good rock pile. Don't get on top of it. And then you can
Those
just
fish
see
up there, those tail races are very current driven, and they're very, very smart. Like we've seen him pulling all the line out. They get a lot of bank pressure, fishing pressure, live bait pressure. They're really smart, and they live with current. That is Hamner 101. Live scooping with the jerkbait. He's a master.
From Justin Hamner, let's go over to Elite Series rookie, but already an Elite Series champion, John Garrett. Took him exactly 3 events to win that.
Looks like listening to Alex paid off.
Yeah.
I caught him on a worm, and a little worm's caught him in there. Gonna help him out. Pull that parasite off of him.
Someone else's worm?
No, it's
a real one?
It's a parasite, yeah. Worm catches fish, but that worm caught him. He usually eats them. All right, what number are we gonna have here? 2, maybe? Yeah.
There were a lot of fish in that, call it a half a mile stretch down there, inside the bar, outside the bar, in the grass, on the brush, on the stumps. Those 2 guys right there picked it apart, got the right little sweet spots, and made it work.
Yep, 2.9.
2.9?
2.8. It locked. Nope, 2.9.
That little section of the lake is what I thought was the best from practice. It was hard to fit in and get in the right spot, obviously, or find it. You know, I was catching them in practice out off on stumps and stuff on the main river, and they're more on the backside of a bar in there. There's a little secondary channel that's in there and has a lot of good little hard spots on the swings.
I just find it remarkable how they're all selling your sweet spot theory. I mean, we started with that, and those 2 anglers side by side show just how important it is. But all by himself right now, Ray Hanselman Jr. trying to chase down Cliff Pace here on Championship Sunday. Said it meant a little extra to him to win this event because it's a Whataburger event. He's a Texas angler. That's a Texas institution. Actually, on day 1, broke down his exact order. It's a number 2 with jalapenos.
Yeah, you got to eat jalapenos if you were from Ray's from. But speaking of sweet spots, Ray found it. He said he literally found a hole with whatever, hundreds of bass in it in practice with electronics. Made a cast over there, caught one, and he actually started out there with Caleb right outside of where Cliff was and caught whatever 12 or 13 pounds really quick and left. And Caleb was like, dang, Ray's going to be in there with me every day. Ray never came back.
Well, he has done his job here on Championship Sunday, and let's have a look at how he has closed the gap here on Championship Sunday. Had a big hill to climb, a 12-pound lead Cliff Prince had, but Ray Hanselman Jr. started catching him early and often, as you can see by the light in that shot.
Yeah, but he's catching big ones today too. He's making it a little bit tighter for Cliff than we all thought it would be. He's catching 5+ pounders today.
No stranger to big bass from Del Rio, Texas. He is like yourself, Lee Livesey, used to catching big fish. He knew he needed a big bite and was really cool this morning at takeoff, surrounded by his family. They flew in here just yesterday, and what a Father's Day celebration it would be.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Ray is a big bass specialist. He's a great shallow power fisherman, you know, whether it's hard baits or plastics like this, but he's putting on a show. I know Cliff's got a great lead, but, you know, Ray is catching some great fish today.
Had a pretty good beat down any day of it. I mean, just recreationally, if you go out and do that, you've had a good day. I mean,
Ray's
you're all over
fun.
Facebook. Yeah,
Ray is having fun.
And he said this morning to takeoff, he said, I'm in a great situation. I have no pressure, because he said, nobody expects me to win this. He's got a giant lead, but if he slips up, I will slide in there. Lee Livesey, you have been Nostradamus on this segment. I mean, Tony Romo got nothing on you. You called it, and it played out. Thank you for joining me. Who's going to win this tournament?
Cliff Prince is going to win this tournament.
He's leading it right now.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Championship Sunday. We're well into it right now. Got a lot of stories working out there and have had all week long. This is the 4th of 4 days of fishing. But today is for the big prize, the Blue Trophy, the $100 grand, and so much more. 10 anglers have made it so far. Into this from our original 100, who started on day number 1 back on Thursday. Some rookies in the mix as well, including this man who's already won this year on the Elite Series. John Garrett, hooked up.
Yeah, I'm too close to him, so I am. Number 5. Same size. Well, we won't come in 10th today. Hey, baby. Hey, now.
Number 5 for John Garrett, feeling his limit. He's one of the anglers been catching more fish in the afternoon, or certainly after mid-morning.
We saw in the last segment with Lee Livesey and Dave Mercer holding it down on site for us, the Alex Weatherell, John Garrett, both navigating on how to approach it because they're both fishing the same spot and right off the channel edge.
Here's Wisconsin's Jay Shakur, a former Rookie of the Year, now in his 3rd year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh my gosh. I think it's huge. Oh yeah.
Biggest fish Jay's had on all day here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on. Yeah, baby. Look at that. Look at that hog.
finesse worm. Look at how long that fish is. Oh my gosh. We gotta weigh it just to see. It's not what it should be, but it's as long as my leg. Oh. Yeah, she's 5 pounds. 5 on the nuts.
Is that a Skeeter boat's big fish?
Midday 5-pounder. Oh. Yeah.
Hey, Shakur,
Yeah,
Mr. Low Key is breathing kind of hard right there. That one got his attention right there.
Definitely.
The former Rookie of the Year and now in 4th place in this final championship Sunday. Good work there by Jay.
Hey, he started the week in 36, Tommy, and he's trying to get a podium finish. If you're not going to win at this point because you're behind the 8 ball, you're trying to at least get as high as you can get.
More money, more points.
That move up to fifth place was $7,000 increase on his payout. Be $20,000.
You think we're the rookie?
I don't think he's big. He's not bad. There we go. I got that one to get it too.
I think that midday's starting to open up for some of our anglers. Wesley Gore, Jay Shakur starting to make a move. We'll see if Ray Hanselman can continue to knock down the lead that Cliff Prince has set. Maybe Cliff Prince can upgrade from his morning flurry. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge, and it has been a tough week at Wheeler. We weren't sure how to judge this. The fishing has been great in terms of the weight, the drama, the intensity of it. We always say that an interesting tournament starts with 3 days of complaining and confusion in practice because it wasn't easy for the Elite Series pros, and it really wasn't easy for the Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing players. Picking your team this week has been a little bit difficult. 13 of our 99 Elite Series pros are from the state of Alabama. Which ones do you choose? None of them really call Wheeler their home. None of them really call Smith Lake the next stop their true home lake. They're on the Coosa River. They're on the other Tennessee River lakes, and so it's been difficult to figure out who to pick, and that goes to show you with this lineup. This is Wheatley Fishing, the best lineup out there. Normally we have 1 or 2 players that pick a perfect roster, the best angler in every single bucket, but that's not the case this week. We only have 2 people in our top 10 in the best roster. Justin Hamner and Alex Redwine, bucket A and bucket C, are the only 2 fishing today in the best overall lineup. You've got 3 other great finishers, Lee Livesey 12th, KJ Queen 15th, Cole Sands 19th. So overall, all 5 picks in the top 20, a great overall lineup. But then you'll see, I think the second best team has 3 anglers fishing today, but has someone in the 40s or 50s. And then there'll be some teams that maybe have 4 anglers fishing today, but picked someone in the 80s or 90s. That's just the way it's been. It's hard to have a foolproof, perfect team, but Wheatley Fishing done it better than anyone else so far this week. There will be some big bass awards to hand out, some big bag awards as well, and then obviously the daily leader points that are associated with fantasy fishing. So we'll see, but Cliff Prince, not on this roster. Maybe someone below who picked him in bucket E will rise up today. Maybe Ray Hanselman is a part of the winning roster. We'll see that as well. But yeah, 2 anglers doing it and holding their own. Justin Hamner representing for Alabama and Alex Redwine representing for Ohio in the best lineup so far this week for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
Looks to me like it's the biggest bracket buster of the year, I think.
Yeah, and no way, shape, form is that my team, Tommy. Not close to it. You said, I don't have anybody fishing today. And I said, I didn't have anybody fishing yesterday. all 5 of my picks missed the cut. So
really? It was a tough one.
It was a tough one. Is that the first time ever? All 5 missed the first cut?
I wouldn't put it past me that this is the first time
neither.
ever. It's whew. Tommy's going to have bragging rights this week in the studio.
Somebody's got to have them. Logan Parks, another rookie, having a great season. 10th place today, though.
Number 5.
Cranked up yet.
Woohoo!
Small fish.
Let's go.
A limit, nonetheless.
We can leave the dink hole and see if we can find the bigs hole.
This has been his limit
Oh,
spot.
yeah.
Lilo, as he mentioned.
That's a Lake Wheeler stud right there, baby.
A lot of people wish they had limit holes this week.
Now we gotta
Davey,
keep these alive.
Catch 12 or 14
And then
inches.
cull them all.
Let it go live next.
Not really where you want to fish. Spend your time on the limit hole just catching keepers, but there are
12
tournaments
ouncer.
where you certainly need them.
And for the viewers at home who may not be quite familiar with the Bassmaster Elite Series, that is just
And he said when
a
he stopped
safe
there,
way to catch a limit. And now he
there's
can
a
spend the rest
taco
of his day
truck right
waiting it out, getting one bite here and there, but maybe bigger
Over
ones.
at that taco truck, and not the cash register. See, when he went in to pay, there was no one there. And he said when he got in there, he was like, felt weird. And then I come 20 minutes later, and that happened. Oh, there's one. Another little one, I think. That'll be a little help.
Oh yeah, that one will help for sure.
Look at that.
Look at that 2-3.
I don't know. I think the smallest is a 2.5 is my smallest. It's 22.
That one should be bigger than that.
I think so. It's between 2 and 5.
2.8, 2.9.
Yeah, it is. It's my biggest one. It's a 210. Go with number 5. Should be red.
Getting about 6 ounces there.
Yeah.
You do that times 5, it can move you up the leaderboard.
Yes. No big ones have shown up today for John Garrett. His best day was day number 1, just under 20 pounds, but that has sustained him
Some people like to get
all the way into Championship Sunday. There's your top 4 as they stand right now. Cliff Prince hanging on to that lead, which is not what it once was at the start of the day. 12 pounds, 2 ounce lead at the start of the day. And Ray Hanselman on his right there has worked on that and diminished that lead down to, well, right now it's 2 ounces, 2 pounds and 10 ounces.
Ray Hansen will need to have his best day so far, and that is exactly what he's doing. He's having his best day so far.
Already notched that.
You never want someone like Cliff Prince or the leader to give up their 12-pound lead, but Davey, there's a reason why he's afforded such a big cushion. He's outpaced the field for 3 days, that if you're gonna have a slower day and give it back, that you've earned that right. He's caught 13 pounds today and he's doing okay. That's a normal bag for people this week, not too bad.
Yep.
But combine that with your nearest pursuer having their best day, and it makes it a little more uncomfortable. He doesn't even know it, but for us, it makes it uncomfortable.
Yep.
No, he's making Hanselman catch 25.5, which would be the second biggest bag this week.
Yeah.
And if he culls up to 80 pounds, gets 1 more pound,
Oh, it's salt water.
a little bit harder.
You want one? Oh, I need to see your face. Come on.
Oh, Wesley Gore, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good solid fish, but I think that rod's a little lighter action than
That's
maybe
what I'm talking
some of our other anglers are. The
Finally
rod
got one
doubled
on
up.
it again. Oh, stuck in good. Look at that. Slim Jim Excite Baits, 8-inch stick. They love that thing, dude. Love it. Love it.
Man, the way he hit him, I
Might
thought
not
it was
lead the
going to be a
rest of the day.
6-pounder,
I
no
did too.
doubt.
I did too.
That's going to afford Wesley some upgrade right there. The man who has outpaced them all today, Championship Sunday, is this man right here, Ray Hanselman. Well known as a superb grass fisherman, power fisherman.
No idea.
Ray's done this a lot. You can certainly tell he's using a 7-foot 6-inch rod, and he really gets all the slack out of his line. Making long casts is real important to be able to get a good hook set.
I don't think, but we're going to check him.
I'm going to reach out and touch him when you set the hook.
You do. Got line stretch and a lot going on there. You don't have as much power out there 40 or 50 yards away as you might think you do. You get all the slack out of your line. Use a big rod with a lot of length, like that 7.5 foot rod he's using.
Hanselman last called about an hour and a half ago with a 4-pounder.
3 1/4.
That'll definitely help.
Sure enough.
It's been a long time since Cliff Prince has calls. Not since early morning, has he?
8:37.
8:37?
Still has the 3rd most amount of fish caught today behind Weatherell and Hanselman.
Mm-hmm. Just hasn't found the big one. Nothing over 3.6. That's Prince's largest.
Though he's gotten the bulk of his work done by this time of day on the 3 previous days, he has caught some. A few on up in the day.
That call's gonna, just me eyeballing things, put him at 23 pounds?
Right around there, he's 22.11.
I don't think Hanselman's 5s are too far off from 5.
Right.
Maybe half a pound each, which would give him 1 more pound. Not enough to put him in the lead, but definitely make things tighter. Cliff's is probably a lot more accurate because they're 2s and 3s, so we will see. One big call will help either one of those guys.
Didn't think we'd be saying this at this time today, but I think Cliff is going to have to call one time.
I think he is too. I agree with you on that. We've had a few plot twists today.
Yes.
Championship Sunday. Great to have had you with us here for our coverage of FS2 this morning. The final day of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite.
That's freaking awesome. I'm telling you, when I saw this.
And there is more to come. Much more to come.
Great fish catching. A lot of diversity in the way these anglers are fishing, the depths, the cover, one end of this lake to the other. It's been a great tournament so
nice
far.
mixture.
Good mixture. Cliff Prince still on top though, but boy, that lead has been substantially taken down by Ray Hanselman Jr. Alex Weatherell moving up that leaderboard today. We just saw Jay Shakur catch a 5-pounder. Good work by him as well, and congrats to all our anglers who have made it thus far. And it is not over. Our coverage is going to continue top of the hour on Fox. 12 p.m. Eastern Time. That's just minutes away, and we got more coverage taking you closer and closer to weigh-in time, the moment of reckoning for Championship Sunday here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite in Decatur, Alabama. We'll see you 12 noon on Fox.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome live to Alabama, and it's a big day for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. Beautiful place here. Our live coverage sponsored by FXR. And this is the 6th stop of the year for this top level of Bassmasters competition. And a blue trophy, a championship on the line today because, as we say, it is Championship Sunday. 4 days of fishing, concluding this afternoon at Wheeler Lake, one of these great impoundments on the mighty Tennessee River here. 60 miles of it make up Wheeler Lake. About 1,000 miles of shoreline, and it has been surprisingly good, Davey Height, this week, I think, especially vis-a-vis all the expectations.
Absolutely, and we heard the anglers during their practice that things were very, very tough. It's not turned out that way. It's been really, really good here this week, especially for Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman.
Great stories we are following on this day. We've got a little more drama than we expected to have on this day, and that's a good thing. We've got a lot of action on the way as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time, but we got to good couple of hours to spend with you right here, and no doubt a lot of things will transpire during the course of that time. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, the legend Davey Height, classic winner, two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore and Mike Such-Sukan make up our team as always. And Davey, when we went to bed last night, we thought, well, our leader Cliff Prince has kind of got this thing in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been wanting to see Cliff Prince hold a blue trophy over his head. He is such a nice guy, and he's not done it so far. 14 years on the Elite Series, he's not held that trophy. Had a big lead coming into today, and everybody thought, well, it's going to happen, but it has not been easy. Ray Hanselman's had the best day so far, 22 pounds so far. Cliff Prince is going to have to catch a few more fish in Cole to be able to win this event.
Well, all our top 10 have had to work hard to get here, Ronnie Moore, and hats off to them. We have seen some great performances this week.
I know not a lot of Elite Series pros weren't necessarily looking forward to this event. They knew it was going to be tough in June. They knew the fishing might be difficult, but this, Tommy, is one of my favorite tournaments that we cover, this type of tournament. Every single tournament where 4- and 5-pounders are guaranteed, that's so fun to watch, those heavyweight shootouts. But in those tournaments where you're not sure when your next bite's coming or how big it's going to be, those are the ones that put you on the edge of your seat. And today, we're seeing exactly why. Cliff Prince absolutely dominating for 3 straight days, 26 pounds yesterday. Big lead. Who's going to catch him? Can they catch him? Ray Hanselman came out the gate this morning and closed that gap considerably because he got all the 5-pounders he needed. But, hey, he still needs a few more.
Absolutely. And Mike Sukan, we have 3 hours left today. What's on your mind?
Well, Ray Hanselman will have to catch a 6-pounder to catch Cliff Prince, who could become the angler formerly known as winless. He's close. I mean, this is 145th B.A.S.S. entry. We like seeing guys like that who've been journeymen 14 years, like you said, finally win one.
Let's get out on the lake now, Wheeler Lake, and Ray Hanselman, the guy who has engineered that big turn of fortunes at the top of our leaderboard today, is again, he had a 12-pound, 2-ounce deficit to start the day, and let's take a look at what has transpired throughout this championship Sunday and allowed him to make it a lot more of a horse race.
Yeah, everyone knew that Cliff Prince was probably going to catch some fish today. We just didn't know what size, and if they would keep biting, he's been able to back off of his fish early in the morning. Ray Hanselman has increased his weight each and every day, but you always wonder after 3 days, now it's day 4, going to the same little shell bed, the same exact spot for Ray Hanselman. He started out, and man, it was better than it has been any other time this week. A couple 5-pounders this morning before he went to his backup area, which is really some thicker vegetation about a half mile away from where he's starting there on that shell bed. But Ray Hanselman has certainly done all that he can do to give himself a good chance to win this event.
Ray Hanselman from Del Rio, Texas, a much decorated angler, but the one thing he does not have, as we say, is a championship trophy from the top level here, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Certainly a dream of his and something he's always worked for in the 7 years he's been laboring out here.
Yeah, one thing that he was able to do this morning is not lose any fish. Yesterday morning, he lost 4 really nice fish close to the boat. He was using a moving bait with treble hooks. He switched up just using that worm primarily this morning. That single hook, his landing percentage much better this morning.
Cliff Prince, what a great week it has been for him. Let's take you all the way back to day number 2. That's where he really went to work. Prince came here with not a whole lot of expectations. Wasn't going to try to overthink things, over-prepare. That was his stance this week.
Yeah, he certainly didn't want to, but the angler, as an angler, you want to go and find as many places you can in your pre-fish period. It's about 3 days long. Cliff Prince only found one area. He found it about 1 o'clock the second day of practice. He checked it again the third day of practice, and there was a local angler right on those fish catching one about every cast. So he didn't sleep much the night before the first day of this event, but these places have reloaded for Cliff Prince every day, and it's gotten better and better for him.
The big deal on this day, too, Tommy, because it's not his biggest day of the week. In fact, it's his second biggest day. When he caught 19 pounds on day 1, we were all impressed that there was 22, 19, 18-pound bags galore. We were now tested with who was going to back it up, and he rose on the second day and showed that consistency, 19 pounds and change, going up to 20 pounds and change, took the lead over there, and we said, if he does it another day, it could be a runaway, and boy, did he the next day as well.
Yes, that day. What a spectacular day for Cliff Prince with over 26 pounds, far outstripping the biggest 5-fish limit we have seen this week.
Yeah, in 2024 to catch 26 pounds on the third day of an event on the Tennessee River.
With
that
no
is
current.
phenomenal.
With no current.
You're exactly right. We've had a lot of current there along the Tennessee River the last few weeks. Things have slowed down. A lot of the anglers were saying, man, it's just not going to be very good here this week because we don't have that current. Cliff Prince did not listen to that, catching almost all of his fish on a half-ounce jackhammer, vibrating jig, reeling it slow, keeping it close to the bottom. It's only about 4 feet deep where he's caught most of these fish, keeping that bait close to the bottom, and it has worked so well for him this week.
Yesterday, Tommy, we saw 4s, 5-pounders come in the boat for him. We said, hey, 21, 22 pounds, it's his best day of the week. This is the day he needed. Then he caught this fish, Davey, the biggest bass of the tournament, 7.5 pounds. And his day just went from great to the best we've seen.
I'm still not sure that's a bass. It looks like a grouper to me.
It looks like it's animated. It's so perfect. And just a giant. Now, earlier today, Cliff Prince, didn't take him long to get a limit in the boat.
Cliff Prince said, I didn't sleep much at all last night. I woke up a lot thinking about how things would play out today. Started off really good for him getting bites, but if you notice, the size is not there like it was for him yesterday. He caught a limit pretty early on. Things were good, but you look, the class of fish is very, very different looking for Cliff Prince this morning than it has been the last 3 days.
It's definitely starting to look like a place that has gotten some pressure, but also, David, we saw an uptick in wind. You may not see it in some of these background shots, but more wind, any kind of current, we haven't had much. So any uptick in that can probably reposition fish as well. And so Cliff's had to fish a little harder, work a little longer, and maybe the afternoon pays off for him with a cull or two.
Now we're out live with our leader, Cliff Prince.
Man, I don't know what to think. I thought I was going to be able to drag around out here and catch a few later in the day, but I don't know if they've moved or what's changed, but I sure thought there'd be I knew it was going to be more of a grind. We beat on them pretty hard, but I figured we was going to be able to drag around out here and catch a few, but proving me wrong so far, but I'm going to at least stay here till 1 o'clock. I don't really have anything else to go to do, so we're going to stick it out to the end, and hopefully we can catch enough here. I don't know. I've kind of left the door open, I feel like. Somebody have a really good day. I mean, that's obvious. I had a real good day yesterday, and it's very possible for somebody to catch a 25-pound bag. So we have left the door open, but we'll catch all we can catch, and hopefully we win.
Cliff does not know what Ray has done. I mean, you should know that.
Yes.
He is speculating, and he's pretty much right on target.
All instinctual from, I don't know if it's your lower intestine or your upper, but your gut. He knows in his gut.
It's all of it, lower and upper. And he mentioned someone might catch 25. Ray Hanselman is knocking on that door.
Our 2 leaders working out there in the famous Decatur Flats. We'll explain that place for you in just a few minutes here, but there's been other approaches that have worked and worked well. Third place right now, John Cox, who has spent his time largely far off the main lake, back in connecting creeks.
Yeah, well, so this is what's wild. It's a nice one. It's a nice one. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Oh, I got him. I got him. There you go for you guys watching the live mix. Some live action right there. Oh, well, I was just thinking, I was like, let's go back to the other spot. That one was cold. That was nice.
Right, like the other one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
John talking about culling here. You see his smallest fish that he has in his live well amongst his limit of 5 fish is 1 pound 8 ounce, and what he's looking for is this one to be larger than that one. That way he can get rid of the smallest fish and upgrade his weight.
At the same time. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for always putting up with me. Oh, God, I almost lost him.
Will be a good trade-off for him there.
He only needed a pound to get back in third place where he started the morning, and he has done that.
The rules say they have to cull immediately. They can't possess over 5 fish, so before he can make another cast, he has to release his smallest fish.
Yes.
3 rookies in our top 10 who have done so well this week. One of them from the state of Alabama, that man right there. Logan Parks. Having an outstanding season for the first-year man.
Unlike Cliff and Ray Hanselman, Logan has caught most of his weight in the afternoon.
Oh, that's a big one. Stay hooked up, fish. She's barely got it.
Looking for a good cull here is Logan Parks as well, and we see his smallest fish, 8 ounces. He'd love to get rid of that one and trade it for something bigger, and it looks like he's going to be able to do that.
Tommy's got 5 for 4 pounds.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man.
And normally we don't believe him, but we've seen him this morning, and his strategy was to go get 5 fish, get your limit. That's your job, catch 5 and bring them in, and then spend the rest of the day trying to upgrade. So this one will double his weight maybe with the cull.
Yeah, it may weigh.
That's a better one.
Barely hooked.
Oh, there we go. That's a way to make an upgrade, baby. Whew. How about that one? How about that one, baby? We gotta get back in there. I almost just hooked myself so bad. $4-pounder.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Let's go, baby.
3.5 pounds
Yeah.
to the good.
Basically doubles his weight. A lot of ways you can make it to the Elite Series, Tommy. You can fish the grassroots way of the Bass Nation. You can make it through the Opens directly, and you can come from one of the great college programs. Auburn University is where Logan Parks came from and has made his way through the Opens to now the top level in his rookie year.
Logan Parks definitely going to move up as we look at our unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Cliff Prince still on top, hanging on to that lead, which is way more precarious than it was 5 hours ago at the start of this fishing day. Ray Hanselman pouring on the pressure. Will he have enough when it's all over with to stand on top of that leaderboard? We have got a lot to sort out coming up. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Beautiful shot of the Decatur Flats right there, legendary fishing spot that's always been sort of the focus point here. Anytime Bassmasters go to Wheeler Lake, and we see a pontoon boat out there. Hey, it's Saturday, it's Father's Day. You're out there celebrating it. Happy Father's Day to everyone out there, incidentally. But there's this one's got a Father's Day connection right here. This is actually Cliff Prince's family. They've come all the way from down Florida.
Miss Kelly.
Just maybe surprise Cliff and help him celebrate a great Father's Day. How about that?
Wow. How proud he must be. His family's out there, came up from Palatka, Florida, and got him a pontoon rental out on Wheeler Lake. That's awesome.
Gracie and Cy, his daughter and son.
That is
Kelly.
the way to do it.
They're keeping their distance, though. They don't want to crowd him.
Don't mess up anything, folks.
They know not to get too
Absolutely.
close to Daddy while he's fishing.
It's the thought that counts.
Yes.
Don't get too close. Great stuff out there on the water. This great Tennessee River here. This is a season here, and we're at the 6th spot now, only 3 left. We started down in Texas. 2 events down there, starting with legendary Toledo Bend Reservoir. And Kiyoya Fujita, who had so much momentum from 2023, just kept it going.
What a way to start the season. Over 100 pounds to get started. That doesn't happen very often. Unless you're in Texas, it happens quite often. The next event there on Lake Fork, rookie Trey McKinney, only 19 years old. 130 pounds, 15 ounces. One of the greatest catches of all time.
Almost the all-time weight record. And then we went to the Bassmaster Classic, but then the next Elite Series event was in Florida, Tommy. We normally start in February, but April was great as well for rookie John Garrett.
Garrett, wise beyond his years. Boy, a well-traveled rookie who did well. And this is Cliff Prince country. Here's Palatka, Florida, and the St. Johns River in the first victory for a man who's been close many times, Canada's Corey Johnston.
Yeah, Corey really dominated that tournament. A double-digit victory again. Not so often, but it seems to be kind of the norm this year. Going to Lake Murray in South Carolina, Patrick Walters.
Wire to wire.
Wire to wire victory there. Totally dominated that tournament. Patrick Walters holding another blue trophy over his head.
Such a dominating performance. We were thinking dominating performance here. It has been a great performance by Cliff Prince, but the double-digit victory aspect seems to be fading as it stands right now.
We talked about that on FS2. It could be 4 straight Elite Series events with double-digit wins, but that's not the case. Midway through the final day, his 12-pound lead is single digits now.
Back to rookie John Garrett.
Looks good. Yes, sir. Yes. That's a fat one. God, that thing is healthy. There we go.
Good job, dude.
I'm not Justin Hamner and Patrick Walters. They're like, let's go. It's go Vols. That's what it is. Let's see. It gets rid of number 2. It's a nice one there.
The Tennessee connection is strong with this one. No doubt about that. Graduate of Bethel University in Tennessee, near the Tennessee River. He had himself a victory, as we saw earlier this year at the Harris Chain in Florida. Believe you me, he would like to back that up with another one.
Now, I won that tournament, and that just like, I got a taste of it because I've never won a major tournament before. Yes, baby! Let's go! And me doing that has made me, the past few events, has made me kind of strive to hold another one of those trophies. It's like just a different level of doing it, because it's one of those deals like you could be happy making a top 10, which I am, don't get me wrong, but you always want to win.
A lot of hard work for him to get out here.
Davey, explain that. Everybody's trying to shoot for a win, but once you win, you're not looking for a check spot anymore. You're shooting for that top spot.
Yeah, it's, in our sport, a lot of the anglers look for making a check, and 50th place being $10,000, you can understand that a little bit, but it's not the way some of these anglers think, and it's good to see different anglers. A young angler like John Garrett saying, hey, I don't want to just make a check. I don't want to just make the top 10. I want to win and hold the blue trophy over my head. The killer instinct is what we like.
All right, Hanselman has been so close so many times. He has won in a lot of places, just not here. And he, like Cliff Prince, got lots of fans, many of them his co-anglers, his fellow anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Update on your afternoon so far. How you feeling about your day overall?
Well, it's about, let's see, 11, almost 11:30. It's been one of those mornings that the reason why you go fishing is it's like making a birdie putt. You always want to go back because of that. But yeah, I've caught I don't know how many fish today. It's been fun. Probably sitting on a little over 20 pounds, and I hadn't caught one in a while, but I'm steadily catching 2.5 threes. And surely there's 1 or 2 more big ones there. you know, like I said earlier, a 12-pound lead, and he's probably on a spot just like this, if not better. So I'm just going to do what I can do, and we'll see how it shakes out. But Wheeler Lake it's a fun place to fish for sure.
Well, Ray Hanselman with 22 plus, a great job today. Now time for our VMC on point, and for that we're going to continue to focus on Ray Hanselman. His first victory in the Bassmaster Elite Series would be a big deal for him, and what a Father's Day it would be for the angler from Texas.
Okay, yeah, this is the Bassmaster Elite Series. I'm Ray Hanselman. The grass has kind of been my main pattern. That's what I caught him on yesterday. This is my oldest son, Mason. This is my youngest son, Miles. They both fish. Miles has won a couple Angler of the Year titles in the Permian Bass Club. And Mason, he does well too. They had a little rivalry, but they flew up yesterday. We're going to leave here and go to Gunnersville and fish there for 3 or 4 days because we got a week off, and then hopefully we can keep the momentum rolling. Yes, sir. That's the biggest fish I've seen all week.
Today on Fox, it's the inaugural United Football League Championship as the Birmingham Stallions take on the San Antonio Brahmas. It all kicks off today at 5 Eastern on Fox. Big trophy on the line there. Big trophy on the line here today in Alabama, Decatur, Alabama for the Whataburger. Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake. We're down to about 2.5 hours fishing time. These guys have been at it for 4 days solid here. We are headed ever closer to the conclusion. That place right there is kind of always the focus of fishing on Wheeler Lake, the Decatur Flats. A lot of, you might say, shallow water. That's the flats, and a lot of features in them and a lot of connectivity to the main channel that make them very attractive, very productive places at times for the best anglers in the world.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders, and that is a place that a lot of our anglers expected to be a factor as we're bringing it into the Bassmaster studios. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and if you're tuning in on Fox and you're just catching up to this tournament, or this is the first time hearing about the Tennessee River and how these lakes flow, the current that comes from the generation at each dam to dam, and how they move water, and it positions fish differently, even though you're 40 or 50 miles from those dams. When the water flows by some pieces of structure, it positions these fish. It's almost like when your mom rings the dinner bell and you're out in the yard playing, it's time to go eat. And so at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to show you what underwater looks like for some of these places on the Decatur Flats. And first off, wanted to show you a picture of, this is what it looks like. Cliff Prince's boat, any of these guys' boat, Ray Hanselman's boat, this is what a traditional ledge would look like, or an offshore hump. Deeper water, maybe in a creek channel, and a high spot. And when we talked about that water running, when that water flows over whichever direction it comes, these fish will set up in position on one side of these humps to ambush. You can run a crankbait, you can run a worm by, depending on what has been the depth zone for you. These fish will position, they'll get fired up, and it's time to eat. You'll see them load up, and you can normally get right in a hurry. But this is something I wanted to pause real quick and show you. This is what we're really dealing with. That's for the deeper ledges, maybe the Logan Parks, John Garrett, Wesley Gores, who are on the southern and westerly edge of the Decatur Flats where it gets deeper. But guys like Ray Hanselman, Cliff Prince, some of our other anglers not far from the Decatur, Alabama region where our takeoff is, the flats are what we call those high spots between the channels. And so I'll show you a visual representation of, here's a channel, the main creek channel or lake channel that comes through. There's other deeper channels, 20 to 30 feet deep, that cut in the middle of these flats. And as we go under the water, wanted to show you what some of these flats are occupied with. You see fish scattered up on here on the Tennessee River. Obviously, that's where we're at. and then you'll see scattered grass. Now, sometimes the Tennessee River at Wheeler has had more grass, sometimes it's had less grass, but it's always been a key factor. That and also shell. And so you see these fish scattered out when there's been no current. There's some places that are better than others where they'll position, and when current starts to flow, these fish will get behind objects out of the current so they don't work as hard, but they can still ambush plenty of bait fish. So Cliff Prince, when the current hasn't been flowing, has been the best on the Decatur Flats. When the current's flown a little bit by today for Ray Hanselman, he has by far been the best. So where these fish position and move, Davey Height, you know it changes hour by hour sometimes. And when you get them grouped up, it's time to capitalize.
Good job, good stuff.
Yeah. You got another view.
You can see there right in the middle part of your screen, the squiggly line. If you see the darker line in that green grass or the green watercolor there, that is one of the channels that cuts through those flats and those high spots.
Yeah, to the left of your screen, you have the main river channel, the Tennessee River, and then you have that main river bar that in the Decatur area is no longer above surface. So you have that high area, and then you go across that, and you have the ups and downs of the Decatur Flats where you have all the different ditches and creeks that have formed through the years.
And yesterday we had a great drone shot of a big row of trees that's just a little south and east of takeoff, and you can see now where those trees are cleared out or they don't exist, it's still a high, shallower spot that's covered up with water, and that's what the Decatur Flats turns into.
10 a.m. TVA started generating more from the Wheeler Dam to 23,000. But Gunnersville Dam, where Hamner is, stayed.
Back to our rookie, Logan Parks.
Feels like a big one.
Again, the afternoon is when he has prospered, so that you stick with it.
Increase in generation will help anglers like Logan Parks that are
big,
fishing
but-
more down that way
Yes.
and off of the flats a little more closer to the Tennessee River itself.
Bigger than what we have, for sure.
He replaced one of the 8-ouncers just a few minutes
pretty good
ago. This is going to help him a lot. A few more pounds.
Stay hooked up, fish. Why are they all wanting to go to the back of the boat by the power poles? He's got a choke. Come here, baby. Oh, yeah. I don't know if he's gonna make it. It's freaking.
Logan's trying to gain some points. Man, he came in 10th place, nowhere to go but up. And the last couple minutes, if he can bottle that for the next few hours, he can really charge up and gain some money and some points.
I think he caught most of what he actually weighed in yesterday in about 20 minutes, somewhere between 1 and 2 o'clock. So it's, it's looking very much like yesterday for him.
Currently sitting at 36th in Progressive
better hope
Bassmaster
there's
Angler of
not
the Year
many
points.
here.
Alex Weatherell.
So I have to start. Oh, the wind's back. The breeze is back. We don't have to go anywhere now. We're good. Oh, he's got it. That feels better. That feels better. Get your head up. Get in here. I don't know, it's gonna be close. It's like cookie cutters. I feel like that's the same exact size.
See the key baits really starting to work in the afternoon for a lot of these anglers.
Same exact size.
Big worm for Alex Weatherell and Logan Parks using a crankbait.
Alex Weatherell from Connecticut. Now, let's take about a 45-mile trip all the way up to the top of Wheeler Lake. That's going to be at the Lake Gunnersville Dam. Just below that dam is our reigning world champion, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic winner for 24, Justin Hamner. You can remember what a great effort he put forth to really solidify his spot on top of the world of fishing, becoming that world champion. on Grand Lake, the Cherokees in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And not only that, he did it wire to wire. A convincing victory.
He really did. You can tell quite the difference in weather here by the clothes that he's wearing. No one in Decatur, Alabama this week is dressed like Justin Hamner was there for the Bassmaster Classic. And you're right, wire to wire there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What a great performance by him. Not a big surprise to the fishing world that has kept up with Justin Hamner. He's had a lot of success.
He really went all in on this sport, though, Tommy. He had been trying to keep a job at home, to keep some stability early in his career. Said, you know what, if I'm going to see success on the water, I've got to put all my eggs in that basket. Quits his job and goes on a tear and hasn't missed a cut since, I'm pretty sure, all last year and this year.
Now back to Wheeler Lake. We took a little detour to the Classic there for you.
I just pulled back up to like a little juice hole that ain't been very juicy these past days. It was juicy. Heck, it still got them. This is when I caught them the first day, but I don't know. Ain't happening yet. At least we ain't dying of a heat stroke today. It ain't as bad. Got a little bit of a breeze. Camera guy's like, yeah, right. Sucks. Just need to get a couple big bites. Move up a lot. I know they're there. Hey, I just want to catch a bass. We're about to go back down to the...
Let's take a look at Justin Hamner and how he got here. He's had a good experience here on Wheeler Lake in his home state of Alabama. This is earlier today. A good smallmouth up there by that Gunnersville Dam.
Beautiful smallmouth bass. Biggest one he's caught so far today, smallmouth or largemouth. But Justin Hamner on day 2 made this really work so good for him. A lot of people, including Cliff Prince, were saying, oh boy,
look out.
He's got that area all to himself, 45 miles away. Look out. But yesterday, a much slower day for him. Today started off good. The size just not there for him yet. But it all depends on how much water they release from Lake Gunnersville. And that can start, and Justin Hamner can have 20, 25 pounds like he did on day 2 in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, work his way up that leaderboard. And another Justin Hamner note as we look at our progressive League Series Angler of the Year points. Of course, 19-year-old Trey McKinney on top, as he has been for a good long time now, but see who's climbed up into second. Can 2024 get any better for Justin Hamner? He wins the Classic, and now he's got his sights set on the top spot in points.
It seems like every time we come to National Fox, Justin Hamner's on camera. He was for the Classic. He is for our first time with the Elite Series.
He loves the limelight, that is for sure. And Justin Hamner working to improve his standing here on this final day. We'll be back with all the stories when we return. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite from Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama. Decatur, Alabama, our fantastic host city, along with Morgan County tourism, makes such a great place to have a big-time sports event like this because they know how to do it here. We've had 14 top-level Bassmaster events through the years on Wheeler Lake, and many of them right here out of Decatur. They got the fantastic Ingalls Harbor facility there, which was pretty much custom-made for the Bassmasters, and putting a big tournament out on the water. Everything is perfect. A great setup for the best in the business to contest a big tournament here.
You don't really realize, unless you're a big-time fisherman or care about the sport, you don't realize how each of these towns that are along the Tennessee River are fishing towns. So much revenue comes in from people coming to fish your lake.
I want to go back down and check my original school on my rock pile and see if they're set up good, because whoa. Sorry, brother. Golly, he freaking choked on it. that out later. It'll get rid of another dink, that's for sure. 2-pounder.
Logan Parks living for the afternoons here. That's when he upgrades, and he's doing just that for the 4th day in a row here.
Charlie
climb up further the leaderboard.
Have to use those fish that he caught on what he called his limit hole. Those were 8 and 10 ounce fish. But, it's
Why
good to have
bother?
them, I guess.
He's almost gotten rid of all of them. He had 5 for 4 pounds. Now he's got
Certainly
10 pounds in the
anymore.
last half hour.
Hey,
Upgrades.
Parks and Shakur are the 2 lowest anglers after day 1 that have made the top 10. They were both in the 30s and 40s on day 1.
We saw Jay land a 5-pounder about an hour and a half ago. Angler from Wisconsin.
Logan and Jay both are fishing closer to that main river, and these fish that Ray Hanselman and Cliff Prince are catching are moving out that way. So I think each and every day has gotten better for them because more of the fish are moving out there.
Good fish for me right now. I just gotta
Jay
figure out.
Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Was the Rookie of the Year in 2022. Also notched a victory with the Bassmaster Elite Series on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. What a great performance that was. That was at the time the #1 smallmouth performance ever.
Yeah, absolutely. For a young angler to do what he did against the competition he did, going all the way out into Lake Ontario, turning and going up into Chameau Bay area. Found one magical area, not quite like Cliff Prince. It was bigger than the size of his boat. It was a general area. But the 5 to 6 pound, I think he caught 2 6-pound smallmouth that week. It's absolutely incredible to do what he did at such a young age.
Become the youngest angler to win an elite trophy, 23 years old.
And that wasn't the ending event. Normally we end at the St. Lawrence River. That was still mid-season. Later that year, he wins Rookie of the Year, beats out guys like Cody Huff, who has had 3 podium finishes without a win so far in the last, in the last 6 events we've had. So he beat out some stout performers and has
Sure,
shown
it's doing
doesn't matter where he's at. He can
everywhere. He was 10th that first year, 2022. Then he was 6th next year. And right now he's in 11th place trying to
I really thought
get
that
back
was
in the
over
top
3 for sure, the way he was fighting. Must have just had his mouth open, just dragging. There he is. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. Big worm, big fish. Bigger fish. That should go 3. Hooked on the outside of the head. Look at that. We finally got a 3. Just needed to throw the big worm. Yep. Nice.
Definitely an upgrade there.
What did we say? Yellow is next? Three, 4.
Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman, 10 pounds ahead of 3rd place. It's been a race for 3rd place with Garrett, John Cox, Weatherell, and Shakur kind of leapfrogging each other.
Alex Weatherell from Middletown, Connecticut. 2nd year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Much better year than his rookie year. 3 of 5 cuts made this year. He has been catching steady all day today. We've been spending a lot of time in the boat with Alex.
Yeah, definitely has been catching them steady all day. You can see the size is getting a little better for him in the afternoon. The current has a little something to do with that. They've started pulling some water there from the Wheeler Dam. Using a big worm, actually using a big and bigger worm. I think he's using about a 10-inch worm, and also just now he had switched up to about a 12-inch worm. hopping that worm up off the bottom, getting reaction bites. Very different than the other anglers we've seen fishing worms. And Jason Keurig, a lot of those guys are dragging drop shots and other worms, keeping them real close to the bottom. But that's Weatherell has definitely figured out something with hopping this bait up off the bottom, and his weight has been getting better and better each and every day as the day progresses, and it looks like he's on track to do it again today.
One other key to success, Davey, and you can maybe attest to this as well. He had an industry job, worked for a tackle company.
Oh, lead, please be a big
divided his time. Quit that, fully in on fishing, and boy, is the last 5 events, like you said, Tommy.
That'll help. That'll help. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, I love this big worm bite. Oh, it's so much fun. So much fun.
Yeah, to your point, Ronnie, a lot of these anglers at this level, the Elite Series level, are full-time professional anglers, and to compete, be able to compete against them, you need to devote all your time and try to become a full-time
It says 314.
angler also. It's hard
we'll
to
get rid
be
of
part-time and compete.
5.
Can't halfway do something.
Get rid of green.
You got to whole way do it.
I know, right?
Well, a little switch there to a really big worm. If you're going to go big on worms, and that's worked. And Alex has been adapting, changing with the conditions all week.
That's a better fish. It went from crankbaits and moving baits in practice to, maybe some bladed jig, and now, I'm really just concentrating on a big worm. We're fishing a lot slower. I go out there and I kind of just take the conditions as they are, and maybe that's the lesson, is just keep an open mind from day to day. I try to take all my experience while at the same time balancing an open mind, and I just go out and let the day kind of determine what I should be doing. Oh gosh. Yep, that's better than a pound. Oh, yes sir. Just talking about getting a limit. Now it's a little bit easier to make the right decisions.
So great to have you with us here. Bassmaster Elite Series Whataburger, Bassmaster Elite, Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. This is Championship Sunday, and we're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time, our live coverage, sponsored by FXR. And we have seen a lot today, and over the past 4 days, very important stop here, only 3 events left in the season. After this one, and things getting urgent for anglers that have more work to be done before they can say this season has been a success. But we will see how this place has been successful for anglers at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and we look at a map reflecting all catches everywhere on Wheeler Lake.
Yeah, we start there just below the Gunnersville Dam, and you see quite a few fish being caught there just below the dam in that current. Unfortunately for Justin Hamner, not as much current there today for him, but as you move downstream, you see some fish being caught throughout, and then you get close to Ingle Harbor, the Decatur Flats, and you see this is where most of the fish have been caught, especially most of the quality fish. Ray Hanselman has certainly been fishing that area. Cliff Prince, a lot of the guys that have caught the heavier weights, especially those two, have been within about 2 or 3 miles of takeoff the entire tournament. That does not happen very often. No. Usually it's about 40 or 50 miles away. Yeah. But you see, the lake is in great shape. Fish being caught from shallow to deep out in the main river itself, off over in the Decatur Flats. You see the back of some creeks, one creek in particular, the back of Spring Creek, where John Cox has caught a lot of his fish. You have the Elk River there, a lot of fish being caught all the way up the Elk River, and then all the way down to the concrete of the Wheeler Dam. Some of the fish have also been caught right there. So a good sign of a very healthy fishery and a good fishery. The weights it is taken here this week has surprised a lot of people. For Cliff Prince to be leading after 3 days with 65 pounds, not a lot of people thought that coming in.
Yeah. I know we're getting close to 100 every event, but 80 pounds for 20 a day in the heat of summer with no current flow.
Average fish the first 3 days was about 2.5 pounds. He's been 1.5 pounds over the average on each of his fish so far.
He'd like to see one of those better than average fish show up right about now.
He's only had a 2 1/4 at 8:30. Otherwise, every other fish has been before 7 o'clock today in his 5-fish limit.
Conditions are changing. He said the calm, still days have been what has worked for him, not what most of the anglers wanted, but it has worked for him. But now we've got some wind blowing later in the day than he's caught any of the fish that he's weighed in. So you can see him looking around a little bit, maybe thinking about doing something different. I hope he stays where he's at. And there's Ray Hanselman running to his plan B.
Yeah.
If you're just checking in with us, Cliff Prince, that man right there, held the lead the last couple of days, and at the end of yesterday, that lead was substantial, 12 pounds and 2 ounces. I thought, well, we're headed for another blowout on the final day as we've had in recent weeks on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but that is not the case. Ray Hanselman, we just saw him drive by there. He has put in some hard work today and reduced that lead to 2 pounds and 10 ounces. We got a horse race, Davey.
Yeah, we definitely do, and I'm sure Cliff Prince wishes we didn't, because the day he had yesterday, you thought he had put it away, and this fish in particular, about mid-morning yesterday, a lot of people thinking, wow, this is Cliff Prince's tournament to win. This fish here that looks so much like a grouper to me. 7-pound, 9-ounce largemouth bass, just a beautiful, beautiful fish.
He said, if I'm thinking, this is not true, I don't know, but over the next 2 hours, I'd love to have one more of those and just call this thing quits.
Guarantee you. Power Pole replay of the day, Cliff Prince catching a 7-pound, 9-ounce largemouth bass. Only about 4 feet deep. Wheeler Lake, a lot of the anglers fishing much deeper thinking that's where the big ones live, but Cliff Prince showed that those 7-pounders can live really shallow on the Tennessee River.
That was a game changer, to use an overused expression, but that certainly applies in this case right here.
That was at 8:32 in the morning, and his last one today was 5 minutes after that. But he hasn't been fishing later in the day, Davey, so I guess he doesn't really know.
That's the big question. He's laid off of those fish.
This Weatherell has been catching them. I mean, very, very frequently. More so than any day so far. Wow.
Get in here. That's a fat one. Look at this 16-inch worm. Look at this Caperlin swim bait compared to this giant 16-inch worm. Like,
Hold the worm up next to the fish.
ooh, ah. Oh, sorry, buddy. This hand's shot. God, falling. Worm's as big as the fishes. It's crazy because I was catching them on that type of stuff the first couple days, and I caught a lot of fish. Like I said, caught a lot of fish on that jig, but this worm bite is so addicting. What we got going on here? Oh yeah.
Safe to say he's going to have his best Elite Series finish, which was an 8th previous to this tournament. I'd expect a top 5, no doubt. The race for 3rd, as you're calling it, Such, between John Cox, Alex Weatherell, Jay Shakur, and the rest.
310 is what that one went in as, that big big worm and a spoon played a big part in the victory here in 2011 in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
We've seen almost all of our top 10 cull in the last 2 hours, and Cliff Prince has not culled in the last 4 hours. Almost.
There's a look, the Lowrance bird's eye view.
And the situation when we're talking about culling now, Hanselman has a 3-3. Everything else is over 4. Cliff Prince has, his biggest is almost 3-3, like it's a 3-6. So Hanselman has to cull out such a bigger fish than what Cliff Prince has. Any normal sized keeper can help Cliff Prince where it won't help Ray Hanselman.
Boy, that shot pulling back made it look like Cliff Prince was real lonely out there.
Such a vast place, those Decatur Flats.
Him and his thoughts and his cameraman Brandon.
I hope he's letting the area that he's caught most of his weight is about the size of his bass boat. And I hope he's letting that place, not casting on it continuously, because sometimes you'll pull those fish off and they'll follow a bait out before they really set up and want to actually ambush and eat. So hopefully he's not casting to that spot and giving it some time is going to, make another run at it here in the next hour or so. But in my experience in the past, especially on a place that small, once you catch those fish and get them, a lot of them will follow the fish that you have hooked to the boat and then pull them away from that area. If you give them time to set up and get ready to ambush again, they'll bite a lot better.
So you like what John Garrett said about resting his spots?
Yes, exactly what he was talking about.
Well, summer's just around the corner. It's going to get hot soon. No, wait, it's hot here.
Don't tell Decatur. They think it's already summer. They think it's already summer.
I think it is meteorological summer. Hey, happy Father's Day to everyone. Our Northland Daily Trivia has Father's Day connections to it. Who was the first elite winner on Father's Day? On June 16th or this Sunday, this third Sunday.
Can you give us the year, Such?
Go to the Wayback Machine. No, because that'd give it away.
Okay.
Or was it Denny Brower, the great Denny Brower? Was it Kevin Worth, the Kentucky angler? Or was it Greg Hackney, who made the cut here at a good tournament here? Or was it Morizo Shimizu, also a former winner on the Tennessee River? Give that a thought, and we'll be back to pay it off after these messages. Clock is ticking, less than 2 hours fishing remaining here. Decatur, Alabama. Northland Daily Trivia, we left you with this question. Who was the first elite winner on Father's Day? Now, Such tells us that 5 anglers, 5 elites have won on Father's Day, but there's only one of this crew right here. Denny Brower, Kevin Worth, Greg Hackney, or Morizo Shimizu.
First,
Davey?
First means it can't be recent, Davey. OG.
So I'm going to go Denny Brower. Morizo was a little later. I'm torn between Denny and Greg.
I got to go Kevin Worth.
I'm going to go Kevin Worth, too.
What is it, Old Hickory?
Old Hickory, right.
Oh, it's Morizo. God.
On the Tennessee River.
They're the worst.
2006.
It was the first year, the elites. Wow.
I remembered his victory, and I knew it was close, but I thought it was a little before that.
I'm just going to claim I was only 12. That doesn't count. I was only 12.
Father's Day being celebrated.
2000.
Come on, Dad, let's go fishing. That's what today is all about. Happy Father's Day to everyone who's joining us here for this live coverage. Final day, Championship Sunday. Folks having a big time here on Wheeler Lake. Looks like a good one.
2011, David Walker won here on Father's Day, Wheeler Lake.
Yep.
Oh. Why didn't you include that
everyone
one?
was in the shade there on the bank.
Yeah, they
were.
Yes. The reason for that, it's pretty hot out there today. But these guys are ready for it. Cliff Prince is ready for another keeper. Oh, he's a father who would love the ultimate Father's Day gift for a man in his position. That would be to win his first Bassmaster Elite Series championship.
I got word from Miss Kelly, Cliff's wife, that after his son Cy got off the water yesterday, they got to head this way. So they did make it, like we saw him in the boat earlier.
Yeah. Re.
What a tournament, what a dream tournament for Cliff Prince. He has been having a ball. I mean, catching him so steady for most of this event. And of course, that giant yesterday, the 7-pound, 9-ounce bass that really gave him the biggest 5-fish limit of the tournament. He breaks it down on our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Cliff Prince here. We're at Lake Wheeler fishing the elite event. I am using a jackhammer chatterbait with a little Boss Bass Assassin 4-inch swim bait for a trailer. We gotta do our part and land everything that bites, and hopefully there's enough there that I can catch. That's an awesome bait. I'm gonna tie it on Tatsu line. I'm not gonna break it off, and we're gonna hang this on a blue trophy tomorrow.
Oh, he'd like for one like that to visit one more time.
Absolutely.
So, Davey, we got word from you earlier that he caught 32 pounds of Lake Fork on that, and it's the same one he's using this week. And if he wins it, he says he's going to retire it and put it on the blue trophy. I guess that's the only time it's fitting to retire one.
I was just thinking that, Ronnie. I think I would maybe wait or put one that looks very similar to it on that blue trophy. If you've had that much success with that bait, there's got to be something special about it. You need to keep throwing it.
Just send me the one you've caught all the fish on. I'll take a brand new one and I'll mark up the head to make it look exactly like it, and then I'll send you the marked up head. I'll keep the one you sent me.
Always thinking, aren't you, Ronnie?
Hey, you know how I am. You know how I feel about a chatterbait bite.
Absolutely.
That is the whole story at the top of the leaderboard right there. Cliff Prince started the day with 12-pound, 2-ounce lead ahead of Ray Hanselman, and Ray Hanselman has pared that down considerably. Now 2 pounds and 10 ounces back of Cliff Prince. A lot closer than we expected.
Regardless of how it turns out, we've had a good week. We've showed out. I wouldn't do anything different. I would not do anything different. I would do the same thing I did this week, any week. I don't think I'd have changed anything.
What does it mean to you having your family here?
Oh man, it's great. I kind of had a feeling they'd come if I was leading, but that's awesome. That's a 800 miles, or 600 miles anyway. That's a pretty good little haul, but it is Father's Day, so we'll get to celebrate, regardless if it win or not.
Looks like you got a great support system.
Oh yeah, I always have, and my wife and both my kids. My son, he's a young angler that's probably going to be better than I ever was. But coming sooner or later, not yet, but he's getting there. If you ask him, he'd tell you he's better. He's been poking at me since I hadn't been catching them.
Both these anglers hard-working men. Cliff's got his small businesses there at Palatka, and Ray, a hunting and fishing guy. As much time as he can devote to it. And both of them done a good bit of rodeoing in their lives.
Yes.
A lot of things in common with these two.
Finally had some luck this week,
I'm not trying to go against what Cliff says, but his son, Cy, and his tournament partner, Parker, just won one of the biggest St. Johns River tournaments there is, other than an Elite Series event, the Wolfson Children's Hospital tournament, like 300 boats, and they won it the other day. But I'll just say like father, like son,
Yeah.
Cliff taught him well.
Cliff might say they won because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great finish, the end of this tournament. I mean, both families are there. Ray's family traveled from Del Rio, Texas. Cliff's from Palaca, Florida. It's Father's Day. Be the first win for either one of these at this level on the Elite Series. It's going to be a great way in, and I think Ray knows that he's done basically all he can do, and then he's potentially one bite away from pulling a big upset. Not many people thought he had a chance this morning, but he went out and did what he needed to do. Put 3 5+ pounders in his live well already, and we saw Cliff catch a 7-pounder yesterday. If Ray would do that right now, boy, it would be within ounces of one another, one way or the other.
And you can't make your opponent do something or not, but when you see the deficit, you know the standings when they're final each day. I have to go out and probably catch, within reason, 25 pounds, and Cliff has to stumble. I can't make him stumble. He has to stumble. And Ray doesn't know he stumbled today, but when Ray's running around, maybe he's seen Cliff run around a little bit, and he's like, ooh, maybe he's not quite done yet.
A lot of things have to happen to create a victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's so hard to do. And time is running out on this championship Sunday. Time to get in the boat and maybe run and do something else if you haven't got the job done. See what happens. We've got more action on the way and a lot of stories to resolve coming up later. America's oldest ballpark is set to host a celebration a century in the making when the Giants take on the Cardinals in a special tribute to the Negro Leagues. Live from the historic Rickwood Field. Coverage begins Thursday at 5:30 Eastern only on Fox. That should be a good one.
That is awesome.
Looking forward to that.
Hey, the drone shot we came back to earlier over the cornfield, I thought we were coming out to the Field of Dreams like they did a couple years ago in Iowa, And
this is a fertile area. Davey Hyde pointed that out earlier. This is a beautiful part of the country. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. You see the big story at the top kind of explains itself. The backstory is Cliff Prince started with a giant lead today, and it has been whittled down by Texan Ray Hanselman Jr. Oh, long-standing anglers who haven't won. Well, let's get everyone caught up to what else has been going on out here, including the exploits of the two atop the leaderboard with our Yamaha Midday Report. And why don't we start it out with the angler from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, Jay Shakur.
Yeah, Jay Shakur has had a great event here this week. Started out a little slow on day one, was about mid-30s in the standings out of 100 anglers, but he has done better each day, has moved his way up into the top 10 today. He's unofficially so far up to 6th place with his really great tournament. I mean, Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman, they've been catching fish all week long, but Jay Shakur really has done a good job moving up in the standings each and every day, catching most of his fish on a morning dawn colored drop shot, using a finesse type spinning rod and reel and light line, a different approach than most of these other anglers. You see a few other anglers using a drop shot just a little, but Jay Shakur has caught most of the fish we've seen him on camera with this drop shot. Morning dawn worm, about a 1/4 ounce sinker, about 12 inches below his hook.
Simple pound or two upgrade, Tommy. He can move from as far as 6th or 7th up to as high as 3rd place. So it's still tight for Jay Shakur to move up.
As his 3rd best limit of the day today. How about John Cox of Florida? John Cox has done very well despite a few slow moments here and hours out there and fishing in his kind of territory, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, it's definitely his kind of territory. John Cox makes his living being a professional bass angler, but he has fun at it. You see some of these anglers, you can tell it's a job to them. They're out there catching fish, doing what they need to do. John Cox always finds a way to catch fish, having fun, and fishing a frog on the top of this vegetation is really fun. The blow-ups are exciting, and the first day he had several big fish, had a 5-fish limit weighing a little over 22 pounds. John Cox doing it the way he likes to do it, staying shallow, not even using electronics. John Cox, I guess the best shallow water fisherman this week by far, by like times 100.
Yeah, shallow in nature of actually being way off the, way off the beaten path, but.
Spent a lot of time with Alex Weatherell today because he's been catching a lot of fish. Alex Weatherell from Connecticut, second year with the Bassmaster Elite Series and doing very, very well this year and here this week.
Having a great year, having a great tournament this week, probably, like you mentioned, Ronnie, going to be the best finish he's ever had on the Elite Series. He's been able to catch fish better in the afternoon. We've seen Ray Hanselman and Cliff Prince really slow down in the last hour or two. Alex has been catching fish one after the other. He was using a big worm, about a 10-inch worm, and he switched up to this. He said it's about a 16-inch worm. Catching nice-sized fish, but the worm literally as long as some of the fish he's been catching. 66 pounds, 5 ounces unofficially for Alex, all the way up to 4th place.
Now, if he starts cutting some of those 12 and 16-inch worms to mold them together, it'll give us some Falcon Lake flashbacks, and he's going to be on some bigger quality fish, no doubt.
How about John Garrett? Found some quality fish down in Florida earlier this season as a rookie to notch his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. Has had a good, solid week here.
There's plastic on there.
Very similar to Jay Shakur, John Garrett has really done a lot with not a lot of fish. He had a great start to this tournament, had about 19 pounds the first day. Been solid ever since then. To be honest, where he's been fishing, the amount of fish that are there, not a whole lot of fish. He's been able to capitalize and get the fish that are out there a little closer to the main river bar, getting those fish to bite. What a great tournament. Sometimes, I mean, you always want to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, but sometimes a 3rd place finish with your practice and the fish that you found can be a great accomplishment, and I'd say that about John Garrett this week. 3rd place, if he's able to hold on to that, a great, great tournament.
Kid who grew up on the Tennessee River, Tommy, never been to Wheeler, though, other than until last year. This is his 2nd week being there. Great finish for him.
Good work there. And how about the work from Ray Hanselman today? The biggest limit definitely by far caught today, Championship Sunday. And it really does count, and it has moved him from out of contention, 12 pounds plus back, to right up there behind our leaders. Big turnaround day for Ray Hanselman.
Absolutely. You got to give him credit for getting up this morning and going fishing, although he was really behind the 8 ball, a little over 12 pounds back, like you mentioned. He's been able to have his best day of the week so far, and that's really all you can ask for. He's got 3 fish in his live well, 5 pounds plus. He's really about 1 bite away from having a great chance to take the lead away from Cliff Prince, which not a lot of people thought that coming in this morning. To have a 12-pound lead it's like having a 30-point lead in a football game or a 30-point lead in a basketball game. Not much hope to come back. Every once in a while it happens, but Ray Hanselman has definitely put himself in position, 1 bite away from being able to hold a blue trophy, the first blue trophy ever for him.
7 years out here working, 14 years out here working on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Either one of them, Cliff Prince or Ray Hanselman, has clinched a championship yet. They would love to do it today, but unfortunately only one of them is going to be able to make it. And Cliff needs something to happen if he wants any kind of insurance. He doesn't know what Ray's doing, but he's in a little bit of a desperate position.
Davey, what's very interesting is sometimes the best home cooking and medicine that you can get for a tough season is to get away from home. And for Cliff Prince, the 2 Florida events, a struggle, uncharacteristically, frustratingly. For Ray Hanselman, the Louisiana and Texas swing, not super close to home, but his style of fishing, terrible start for him. They both come here mid-season, and it rights all the wrongs, and they both have a chance. And what a week it's been for Cliff Prince. A magical spot. It might say 79 even, but he's probably caught 150 pounds of bass off of this specific spot.
A lot of folks are rooting for both of these guys.
Yamaha,
and for good reasons.
Midday report.
That is your Yamaha Midday report. Setting us up for the final hour and a half of fishing time.
Guess we can go up there and turn our live scope on.
I don't think Cliff's feeling quite as confident now as he was 4 hours ago. It's been a long time without a cull, and he's got to be thinking, man, I need to catch another fish or 2.
Just give me a sign. Give me a sign that they're there, where they've gone. Even if it's not a cull, just that I can locate. Maybe they've moved over here.
Like you mentioned, Tommy, he doesn't know, and Ronnie, he doesn't know what Ray Hanselman has. But he's got to assume that Ray has had a good day. As an angler, you have a target weight each day that you think you should catch to seal the deal or to have a good day to move on.
2.
That number to me for Cliff was 15 pounds, and I bet he was thinking about
that
the
was
same.
for him too. Yeah,
and he's not there yet.
No. Smaller one for Garrett there. I don't know if that's going to help him. It might.
Every angler in the top 10 has caught one that's upgraded since about 10:54 this morning, other than our 2 leaders with 8:30 and 9:15.
Tossed to a hole in the grass. The grass was so tall I couldn't see it. My first cast over here with a drop shot though.
Well, we have seen the Gunnersville Dam visited today. One of our 10 anglers, and just above that dam a few weeks ago, they had a big kayak tournament there. Yamaha Whitewater's Bassmaster Kayak Series. Boy, they caught some big ones out there today. Over 180 inches of fish using their special scoring system. And if you haven't been able to check out the kayak movement in the sport of bass fishing, is well worth a look. Just go to Bassmaster.com and see what's going on in this sport. Got another one coming up, a big event coming up in the Susquehanna River, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. That's in late July. Should be a good one as well. The QR code, just scan it right there and find out all you need to know. Maybe you want to get involved. It's a great gateway to big-time bass fishing. We'll be right back. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Wheeler Lake, Decatur, Alabama, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. 10 anglers as the clock ticks closer and closer to weigh-in time, coming up in less than an hour and a half, less than 90 minutes. Still a lot of things up in the air. Nothing has been locked down and decided as it stands right now, which makes it fairly exciting. You see the small difference between number 1 Cliff Prince and number 2 Ray Hanselman. A little down from a big lead earlier to start this day. John Garrett moved up into 3rd place. Formerly in that spot was John Cox. Alex Weatherell between them. John Cox, we've been keeping tabs on him today.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt, but that 2:10 lead might even be closer than that, Tommy, because the cameraman, Carl, who is riding along with Ray, says somewhere in the range of 1 to 2 pounds light, maybe. So it could be a pound, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less for the lead right now.
John Cox, as is his wont, has tried something different from everyone else this week, and it is an approach that we'd like to see him, or to be frank, we'd like to see anybody doing. Here's what he's decided.
And so what happens on the Tennessee River, a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes, just sometimes they quit running that water. And the fish are out there and they chase whatever the forage is, shad, gizzard shad, bluegills, whatever's out there that they're usually eating in the current. And they seem to push a lot of that stuff to the bank. Man, it was all the Swamp Lord. This bait's been hot. Good luck trying to find any right now. Jordan Lee just won a tournament on tow with it the other day, and I've been throwing. Wow, I'm still shaking. That's how explosive the bites were today. I'm still shaking, and I'll be lucky if I can sleep tonight. But didn't get many bites on it, but I've been throwing it a lot in Florida. Man, they love this thing. You look at it and you think, oh, it's just a regular old frog, but Bobby Lane really put a lot of time in on this thing, and man, there's just something about it. And yeah, maybe we'll make the cut on it tomorrow.
Wow, if things start going like that, look at that. I believe it. I don't believe it. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if that was the right 12-incher, but who cares? Let's get rid of that other one. Another 12-incher in there.
Always fun to watch, always fun to hang out in the boat with the great John Cox right there. Always fun to hang out with our colleague Dave Mercer. Dave Mercer, such a great job earlier today with Lee Livesey giving us on-location coverage from over there. And there's our pal Dave right now. And Dave, I got to say, everybody's kind of getting a little bit nervous now. I wondered what's going to happen. You like these strange situations that arise that make the drama get heightened up, ratcheted up at the end of the day?
It's going to be an exciting weigh-in, guys, and you guys know I always cheer for that. But
I'm also, I'll be honest, I can't watch Cliff Prince have this happen to him. I mean, you know how close he's been. I mean, a culling mistake on one of the days in Palatka a few years ago, and he easily would have won that event. He has been so close, but I mean, it's going to be a great story, whatever way it goes. Both families are here, and we're going to have a Father's Day celebration on the stage. It's going to be a really exciting way, and I'm nervous for this one. You guys know this is normally what I want. I mean, I want it knotted up. I want everybody not knowing what's going on. I mean, it makes my job a little easier on stage, but I'm actually a little uncomfortable because because it's really hot out, other than that. But I'm really uncomfortable just because Lord knows what is going to go down here. But I have faith in Cliff Prince. I will tell you this. I have faith in him 100%, just simply because I think he's going to get that second bite window, and he's going to pull it out of the last few minutes here. But it is going to be a tight tournament.
So, Dave, what do you think has changed so much for Cliff Prince today? You know, he caught fish, but the size has gone away. Ray Hanselman actually has gotten better and better each and every day. Do you think maybe Cliff is just running out of fish, or is Ray switched up some, or just knowing he was such a big underdog and he had nothing to lose?
I think what we're seeing is, I mean, he's milked one area, and I think it's slowly running out of fish. Maybe he's fishing a little faster than he had. I mean, who knows? He was very emotional this morning. When I talked to him at takeoff, he hardly slept last night. He literally, you know, when you can see somebody and they walk up and you're like, you didn't need to tell me you didn't sleep. I can tell you didn't sleep last night. I thought that all week. I thought when we get to Sunday, we're going to see one of the best things about Cliff Prince is he's a very emotional person, but that makes him the amazing person that he is. That's why so many people are cheering for him. And Ray Hanselman said he had the opposite situation at takeoff. Both of them excited to try and win this tournament. But Ray Hanselman was like, I have zero pressure on me. He said, I just got to go catch what I can catch, and I'm not really in control here. Cliff Prince had a much different vibe about him. But I still think he'll pull it out. But I just think what we're seeing is pressure on his area. I mean, he has milked that area, and such an incredible area. And I think that's what really stands out in this tournament, guys. For our Fox viewers that aren't used to this sport, you're watching what's happening, and it looks like an angler is just out there casting randomly in one area. It is so precise what we're seeing here this week. We're seeing anglers, Lee Livesey talked about it a lot during our segment, and he pre-fished a lot of those areas. But if you are literally off, not a cast length, but we're talking about areas that are the size of a table, the size of the front deck of a bass boat, that these anglers are keying in, and if your cast isn't that precise, you're not going to catch them. Also, what we've also seen in this event that stands out to me that's amazing is the rotation and how anglers have maximized areas. They've got that one spot on the spot, but they're not just sticking with one bait. They're not just sticking with one approach, and they are funneling through a bunch of different baits. But for the love of God, I am feeling a breeze of air right now, and it is making me excited, to be honest. I mean, I am more excited. Listen, I'll tell you how warm it is here, guys. First time in my life as a Canadian. It is the first time in my life. You know I hate snow. I mean, I live in Canada. Doesn't mean I enjoy it. First time in my life that I thought, hey, shoveling snow, not so bad. Not so bad at all.
Dave, thank you so much. Great. Dave's thoughts always very invaluable,
no
especially
snow,
at this
not
time
yet,
of the day.
Not yet.
No, snow is not it. Well, hold on. This is important.
Might, I doubt it. I sure hope not. Now that I got my hand
that'll
on it.
help or not.
Dude, I ain't too sure that fish ain't spawning on a stump or something right there. Just a late spawner. It wouldn't surprise me none.
He doesn't want it to cull, but if it did happen to cull, it's still weight going to the bottom line that you want.
Exactly. To explain what he meant there, he doesn't want it to cull because he hopes he doesn't have one that small in his live well. But if it will cull, then he's glad that it will cull because it'll add to his weight.
Yeah.
That's confusing, but
no, but that's what it is.
It's been a long time ago since 6:45 this morning, and so you're trying to remember how big they were or how small they were?
Yeah, to some extent.
So it did not help?
Did not help. But he got a bite.
That's bad but good.
Yes.
Absolutely. A
They've
bite
been generating for
is a
3
bit of
hours now.
information.
Wheeler, maybe it's finally hit his area.
You'd rather have a bite than not a bite at this point in the game right now, and the game is just getting tighter and tighter. The clock is ticking on closer and closer to weigh-in time. Cliff Prince, Ray Hanselman, 2 anglers in their 50s in this world of the Bassmasters, which has been, Dave was talking about the vibe, it's been a youth vibe for about 18 months, 2-3 years, really. It's a little bit something different, and it's fun to watch, and it's really exciting in these final moments. Thank you so much, Jules Breach, hosting the studio for Euro Today. UEFA Soccer is going to be just around the corner right here at the top of the hour. We look forward to that. We look forward to the end of this tournament here. Don't want it to end. It's been so good. These 4 days of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. Cliff Prince. Boy, he's been at this a long time. 14 years with the elites and still hasn't notched a win yet. So close so many times. Ray Hanselman has cut into that big lead he started the day with. A lot of drama here today, but what would it mean to Cliff Prince? Well, a lot.
I watched this stuff whenever I was 10 years old, so, you know, I never really seen myself doing it until I started bass fishing and fishing competitively. And then the more I do it, the more competitive I get, and the more I want to do it, and the more I'm driven to win, you know. Holy crap, dude. Look at that freaking toad. Are you freaking kidding me? If you're not into bass fishing, you should really watch it. This field has gotten stronger and stronger every year I've been in it. This is an exciting time to be in the bass fishing industry, and I think it's just going to grow from here. Last pitch, I said, this is the last one. 7-pounder. You know, my dad's no longer with me, and I'd like to dedicate this one to him, for sure. But I've been close, and I've beat myself, but I'm not beating myself tomorrow. We're going to catch them, and I'm going to do my job.
Father's Day thoughts on a big, big day, potentially the biggest ever in the Bassmaster career of that man right there, Cliff Prince. And take a look at what an outstanding week he has had. 19, climbing up every day, improving day over day. Today, though, has been the slow one so far, and it could be that 13-3 is enough, Davey Height. We just don't know yet.
It could be. We don't know if the Prince family will be able to party like his 1999 quite yet, because
right.
He's only got 13-3 today, but look at what he did on day 1, day 2, and day 3. 19.4, 20 pounds, 7 ounces, 26 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday, total weight 79 pounds. Coming in this event, I would say 99% of the people you would talk to would say it would not take that much to win, 79 pounds. But at this point, we're not sure if 79 is going to win it or not, because Ray Hanselman is 1 bite away from having more than that.
That's your marathon peak performance.
It's almost 1 o'clock, you know, and we got 13 pounds, give or take. I'm hoping a little more. We had a pretty substantial lead, so hopefully, you know, we can hold out. You don't ever want to count on somebody not catching them, because these guys always do, but they're going to have a day like I did yesterday to make up the difference, and hopefully we got enough. I don't know, but we're going to stay here on the juice right here. We just got back to it, so maybe we catch us one for check-in time.
So he mentioned just got back to the juice. I talked about that earlier. I was hoping he would give it a break.
Yes.
What he's referring to as a juice is a shell bed about the size of his bass boat, and that's where he's caught almost every single fish all week this week. It's incredible how many fish have been there in that little small area. But he moved away from it, trying to obviously catch another fish somewhere else, but now he's back to the area where he has caught all his fish, and it's going to be real crucial here these next 5 or 10 minutes on whether he catches a fish or not. Because if he doesn't, right here, the odds of him catching another fish that's going to help him anywhere else today is not very good.
And normally, you know, the Tennessee River, we talk about the water movement and the water flow that helps fish biting windows. You know, they may bite at different times of the day because of the current flow, but normally, Davey, when there's not current flow on bodies of water, there's always a morning bite, whether it's the first 2 hours, there's always a midday lull, and then it seems like no matter what, hot as can be or cold as can be, that 12:30 to 2 o'clock is always a window right before I caught him on my last cast. I caught him in the last hour if I had 20 more minutes. And so it's just a natural thing. I guess you eat breakfast if you're a bass and you really don't like lunch, so you get an early or a late lunch, early dinner, you know, type of bite.
I put that on because I've drugged some off of here, but it's been they've showed themselves. I haven't fished for them because I haven't needed to, but I plan on being here when and if they show themselves, and try to capitalize on it.
That's the big unknown.
We'll see what happens.
What he's referring to there is
fish through here real slow.
He hasn't fished that best area up in the day like he's having to today.
Just one really, really good one would go a long ways today. We didn't lose anything this morning that I felt like really hurt us, that I seen. So that's always a good thing that doesn't wear on your mind. But
we're rolling up on the last hour here. Neither of these anglers has far to go, so they'll be able to use most of that hour.
Meanwhile, guys like Justin Hamner, we saw a running shot earlier, I think when Dave Mercer was talking, or we were welcoming him in. He was already headed back from the Gunnersville Dam, 40 miles or so to get back to Decatur. Maybe get here a few minutes early, fish one spot on the way. If not, come straight back in and just say, hey, we did our best. Good luck to the leaders, because they jumped out ahead of the field so much that it became a two-person race for sure.
It's really neat to, you know, we talked earlier about, I thought this morning Cliff Prince needed 15 pounds. I think he's thinking the same thing. He's got 13. He's saying one good bite, one more cull would help me a lot. I think Ray Hanselman thinks he has to have 25 to have a chance. He's one bite away from that. And that's what's going on in these anglers' minds right now.
These guys are so good. You know, there were so many diminished expectations coming into this thing, and half the anglers, you know, I think just it's a reaction to what may or may not happen in the future. They said, well, I'm going to go low on what I think is going to be caught here, and it's always a surprise, and it's always pleasing when they're wrong in that case.
Yeah. Starting to feel like Toledo Bend. Big lead, giving up. Somebody came from behind. Patrick Walters made a last-second charge. Last few casts of the day came up just short. We don't know who's going to be which character in this play, Cliff Prince or Ray Hanselman, which role they're going to take.
We see it day in and day out now. With every event that passes, you have to understand these are the best anglers in the world. They're going to catch more fish than most people think when they show up.
Well, there's your leaderboard as it stands right now. 2 pounds, 10 ounces. The unofficial difference, unofficial we say now, because nothing's ever really in stone until we hit weigh-in time, and that is coming up not too far away. Almost an hour from now is when it kicks up. Coverage continues after we leave here on Fox at Bassmaster.com, so definitely want to check that out. Again, the weigh-in will also be on Bassmaster.com.
Right after.
It won't take long, and that's when all the drama will be resolved. Not until then, or maybe it will be. Tune in and find out. Thanks for being with us today on the Bassmaster. See you next time.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Pressing on into the final hour of fishing here. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite Championship Sunday. Decatur, Alabama. 10 anglers have been out there all day long. They have worked hard to get here. Our live coverage sponsored by FXR. And we've got more to show you. Absolutely. This is a tight one. Didn't start out that way at the start of the day. 12-pound, 2-ounce advantage for Cliff Prince over Ray Hanselman to start this day. Ray Hanselman kind of pared that down to almost nothing, a couple of pounds and change. But Cliff Prince, well, of course, the pressure's on Cliff Prince. He didn't know it. He didn't know that Ray was that close. But Cliff Prince definitely has fired back. This is just moments ago.
The splash. There he is. That's a good one, dude. We need this one bad. Come here and use that. Get your butt in the boot. Boom! Yeah! Dude. You know how hard we work for that 3-pounder? 3-pounder. Let's go catch us another one. What you say? I don't know which one's a small one between these two. Easy now. Quit. Never had a chance to see. Quit. Lovely. I think it's red.
Smallest fish was a 2-4 when he caught that 3-pounder.
Been needing to get rid of that since 6:21 this morning, basically, Tommy.
Only a 3-pounder, but that's a big fish right there.
Solid 12-ounce upgrade, which
if you're culling up a pound with 30 minutes left in the day, Davey, that's importance-wise big.
There's Cliff 13-15 with his 12-1 lead. That means his bag, 26.2 yesterday. If Hanselman has that today, would top him by 1 ounce.
Wow.
If we're accurate.
So it's not over yet. A big step, though, for Cliff Prince.
That pontoon has been waiting to cheer all day long.
All day long.
Waiting to cheer.
Oh, we've been waiting to hear that music for quite a while.
Been a little bit.
Been a little bit. Cliff Prince, thank you. We've been wanting to do this for a little while. I hear that music. That music means Power Pole replay of the day. Oh, it took a while. Since, what'd you say, Ronnie, 6:40?
6:25.
6:20, heck, 6 o'clock. We've been waiting on this point of the day.
Before Such woke up.
We've been waiting on this for the Power Pole replay today. The fish that, it's not over until it's over, but he just added 12 big ounces for the Prince family right there, giving him a much better chance to hold that blue trophy over his head. It's going to be very difficult now for Ray Hanselman. He's fought a good fight, and we still got fishing time left. But that fish right there, Power Pole replay today, Cliff Prince, might be the biggest fish of his career, even though it's 3 pounds.
Well, let's get everybody caught up on what has gone on now. Let's take some time now for our Bassmaster midday report. We'll start with starting in 8th place. The day 4 beginning, Jay Shakur of Wisconsin.
Jay Shakur really having a great tournament, and you say, well, a great tournament is winning. He's already held one blue trophy over his head. A sixth-place finish isn't necessarily good. I promise you, if you talk to Jay Shakur at the end of this event saying, man, sixth place, I started out in about 36th place after day one, moved up every single day, has made the best of not a whole lot of fish. He hasn't had that juice, that glory hole like Ray Hanselman and Cliff Prince have had, but he's been real steady. We've come to learn and know that Jay Shakur is a great fisherman. He's steady. If he stays in the cut, he'll move up each and every day almost without fault.
How easy a sixth this week could have been a 60th this week at Wheeler. The margin for error very, very thin. And the fact that the margin of error was that thin and he was sharing fish with his roommate, man, that means they had to fish flawless.
Yes, yes.
John Cox doing something, as always, different from everyone else, doing it his way. That's what John Cox is all about.
It's been fun watching Ray and Cliff, but it's been real fun watching John Cox, even though he did start out day one with the lead, but right now, unofficially in fifth place, 66 pounds, 3 ounces. He has had fun catching probably every fish he's weighed in. We saw him catch a few fish around close to the harbor there, but I think he caught all those fish. So to be able to go fishing in June on the Tennessee River, have you a top 5 finish, catch every fish on a frog, that's fun. And that's what John Cox is all about, having fun.
I got him.
Great tournament for John Cox. Alex Weatherell having a great year. And this turned out to be, well, it looks like it's going to be his best finish ever with the Bassmaster.
Yeah, he's had a great season this season after kind of just getting accustomed to the Elite Series last year. He's had a great season, and like you said, Tommy, probably the best finish so far in his young career. I think he's one angler that would like for this tournament to go on, because it really seems like the fish are moving to him more and more each and every day. And in the afternoon, especially this afternoon, he has caught a lot of fish. Most of them on soft plastics. He finally moved up to, I don't know why he waited so long to tie on a 16-inch worm, but he finally did tie on a 16-inch plastic worm. And man, he has caught a lot of fish and been able to upgrade all afternoon.
Bastrack says he's caught twice as much as anyone else.
Wow. Hey, if this did go to Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, he might have a 24-inch worm by the time we get there. He'd be resourceful in Decatur, gluing them together.
How about John Garrett? One win under his belt so far in his rookie season here. Having another great showing here in Alabama.
Again, John Garrett, another angler that I think if you ask him, hey, would you take 66 pounds, 15 ounces and a third place finish after the start of this tournament? If you'd ask him that, he would have said, absolutely, I will. He's already held a blue trophy over his head in his rookie season, but just a fine performance, just a great tournament for John Garrett. Not only any big schools of fish like Cliff and Ray have been, but just really making the best of what he has found. Fishing places that are no secret. Almost every place I've seen him, it's certainly no secret. He's just been able to maximize and get these fish to bite using a variety of lures, crankbait, soft plastics, a lot of different things. John Garrett with a great tournament.
What about a great day for Ray Hanselman, and timing it about as well as you can time it. Save your best for last, and that is what he has done here on Championship Sunday.
Still, this tournament's a long way from over, but second place, certainly not a bad place to be. But Ray Hanselman is an angler that you keep asking yourself, when is he going to hold a blue trophy over his head? He's a great fisherman. Everybody out there respects what a great outdoorsman he is. He guides a great deer hunting business in South Texas, and a great fisherman. He's won so many tournaments throughout his fishing career, but not a blue trophy yet. Today might not be the day either, but you got to give him credit. He came out today really behind the 8 ball, over 12 pounds behind the leader, and you can't ask for much more than what he did this morning. He got good bites, he got opportunities, putting them in the boat. Cut that margin down to just a few pounds. Still got a chance, but it's going to take some fish like that. He's going to need probably 2 more like that to really give himself a serious chance to be able to have as much as Cliff Prince.
Well, he just made a big step a few minutes ago. Cliff Prince, what a week he has had, and what a career he has had waiting for this day to come.
I don't think anyone, maybe Ray Hanselman a little bit, but even Ray Hanselman, I guarantee you, will smile and shake his hand. I mean, everybody respects Cliff Prince. He's been out here a long time, 14 years. I was lucky enough to get to know Cliff even before his Bassmaster Elite Series days, and he's always been the same Cliff Prince, a very nice guy. He respects his competitors and knew that he would have his day one day. And after probably the slowest start he's ever had in his career this season, to see him have a chance to hold that blue trophy, to be honest with you, I wish I was there to see it if that does happen this afternoon, and it certainly looks like it might very well happen.
Tommy, what do they say? When you least expect it, when you don't think it's ever going to happen, your biggest breakthrough is right around the corner, and that is what happened for Cliff Prince on his toughest season. When he's had so many highs in past years, am I going to do it then? No. It's after a tough start to a season, busted expectations in Florida, and come to a hot Wheeler Lake and find the spot.
Oh, it was good stuff. That's your Bassmaster Midday Report. Got a little fishing time left.
Man, it helped me a lot. You know, my mental deal, you know, I wish it would have been a 5-pounder, but hey, we got one more small one in the box. I've just had 2 bites right here making this same cast. We're gonna milk this place down to the last minute and hopefully catch us a darn 5-pounder before we go in. That's what my goal is. I still feel like I've left the door wide open, but if somebody wins today and beats me, they've earned it, because I mean we've had a heck of a week, and we've caught them every day but this one. I mean, we've caught them today, but not like I'd like to have. But what do you expect off of one spot? It's been a dream spot for sure, and we're going to burn it down to the last minute.
I don't blame him. Burn it down to the last minute.
Nothing to protect now.
Plant your flag. Call it Cliff Prince Hard Spot or something.
Put it on the map?
Yeah.
Put it on the Lake Master map.
Who was it we were talking about a couple weeks ago? Oh, no, that's what it was. He already got his shell bars at the St. Johns River where it says Prince's Shell Bar, where someone marked it from one of his past elite events, and so now everybody knows where Cliff Prince was.
Haven't had many opportunities to visit with Alex Redwine during the course of this day. Good job making it to the top 10, though. Been a little slow for him, just small ones.
Little keeper. Number 5.
All 10 got limits now.
You've been waiting
Good afternoon,
all
Fox.
day.
Yes.
We got a limit.
To say that, Such.
That'll make you happy.
You don't want to be that guy at the weigh-in, you know. Everybody brings in 5 and you have 4, you know.
Yep.
When I do the stat sheet later, I don't want to put 9 out of 10. I want to put 10 out of 10.
All right, number 5. Finally, it's been a slow day, but it seems like there's some sort of late in the day activity right now, and they're coming up again.
Well, guys, better late than never. I didn't want to put any, you know, broadcaster voodoo or any juju on Cliff Prince earlier in the day as he was trying to get that morning going. But at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to talk about Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, the game mode where you have 8 players on your team. You can only pick them once all season long. When you use them, you lose them, and you hope that you picked an angler on their highest week of the year, possibly winning the tournament. I know a lot of people 2 stops ago used Cliff Prince on their Falcon Rods Drain the Lake team at the St. Johns River. I know I did, and we were all disappointed that he was in the bottom 10, but this week he is in the top 10 and could take one of the biggest point totals we see of anyone this season. Could he go almost perfect? He has led, if he continues to hold on to the lead and win this tournament, he would have led 3 of the 4 days of the tournament. He would have had the big bass of the tournament, sharing that with Greg Hackney from day 1, his 7-9 from yesterday. He would have the big bag bonus of 26-2 from yesterday if Ray Hanselman doesn't beat that today. And the win gets him obviously the most points, 300 plus points. If you picked him on your team, you get double points for that. All of these bonuses for big bass, big bag, and how many days he led. It could be a perfect day for Cliff Prince and the Prince family and Falcon Rods drain the lake. If you saved him, maybe you forgot to set your lineup or include him at St. John's River and you threw him to the Tennessee River, not too bad of a pick this week. Cliff Prince could go perfect and a clean sweep of all of the accolades that you could ask for. And wouldn't that be something for his first Elite Series title as well?
I'm so glad I saved him.
Well, if you looked at history, you would not have picked him. He was 105th out of 108 guys in 2016 here.
Wow.
And plus,
yeah,
you
but that was
talked to him
April.
right
That was
before.
April. No,
I talked to him before, and I kind of didn't think he was going to do much when he said, no, I haven't pre-practiced. I'm just going to go in with an open mind. I found an old story that I did on him, and he said his bugaboo has been fishing history. It's been the kiss of death for him, he said, and he's kind of want to go into every venue with an open mind.
Except when that happened.
Nonetheless, I bet 99% burned him at Platte.
Just like Lee Livesey at Fork. Yep. Yeah. He has gone down as one of the best sure things at a body of water, which is hard to do for anglers, but over the years, how consistently good he's been at St. John's, you got to trust him. Same thing with Livesey. They both let us down this year. It's okay. They'll have their big high moments, no doubt.
There you see the new high total for 79 pounds and 12 ounces, just under 80 pounds. Estimated for Cliff Prince, he may well be over 80 pounds. Ray Hanselman. Well, hats off to him for all the work he has done today, and he's got to really do something pretty dramatic now in order to catch Cliff Prince. We have got some more fishing on the way. Half hour left. Clock is ticking. Cliff Prince in the upper left there is hanging on to his lead. Just culled a little bit ago and gained 12 ounces, I believe it was.
Yes.
Yes.
Which doesn't sound big. That's big in the great scheme of things right now. Ray Hanselman had done everything he could to run him down during the course of and done a good job of it, for sure. Didn't quite get there, and Cliff sort of broke loose and put a little more space in between them now, so that's where we stand with less than a half an hour's fishing time to go. As we say, none of those in that picture are that far away from the put-in and the check-in at Ingalls Harbor at this Whataburger Bassmaster Elite.
Hanselman is 3-6 back on Bass Trek. He's got 22.11. He would need 1 ounce less than what Cliff Prince caught yesterday, 26.2, to equal him.
And I've gotten a few texts. Several people that have been with Ray a good bit today. Shane Durant's is still photographer, has watched him all morning, thinks that he's got more than what he's saying, but that's Cliff Prince probably does too.
How much
a little
more,
bit.
yeah.
But they're both ballpark.
Oh, that breeze is saving people from massive discomfort today. Look at the feels like. Look at the heat index there. 105 degrees.
Well, we got 5 and they're all alive, so that's a good thing.
TH Marine Weather Watch.
One more 5-pounder to cull out a 2.5, 2 1/4. And that would make me feel much better. This wind is making me feel good, but putting a damper on my fishing. But we'll take the good with the bad, and hopefully we got enough. My cameraman won't tell me nothing, so I just gotta fish till the end, catch all I can catch.
Yeah, we've heard a lot less about the heat today, although the temperature is higher, but that little breeze goes a long way.
It makes so much difference.
You saw John Garrett come in and saying he had to hit the AC real quick. He was feeling a little down in the dumps with the heat. One of our cameramen had to get attention.
Yeah, those guys, hard working out there, holding that camera all day. They don't get any shade.
Let's list them off. Appreciate all the photographers.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody who's on the water bringing us coverage and making it possible. But to Jake, the 2 Johns, Brandon, Carl, Jack, Connor, Trey, Hunter, Tom, Wes Miller. You got Zach Brown, Ashley Wages. You got all those folks on site. the B.A.S. staff that are at the tanks behind the scenes setting up the stages for the fans who showed up.
It's hot for them too.
It is hot as well.
Thank you,
and
fans.
they are not working
Dang
for
right.
$100,000 today either. They are their fate was sealed before the week was started. But no, for real, it is a pressure cooker on your body, and especially Brandon behind the camera with Cliff Prince today has been steady Eddie.
Hadn't missed a lick.
Waiting for it.
Those guys are pro.
Jack stepped in. Jack was actually Logan Parks' cameraman, and we were down a cameraman due to some circumstances, and so he jumped in with our crew today and assumed our camera to shoot with Logan, so we appreciate him.
And those cameras, last I checked, they're black and they absorb heat.
Yeah.
It's not like they're holding a popsicle on their shoulder all day.
They are heavy.
It gets up to 96. Those boat seats absorb a lot of heat too. You sure figured that out pretty quick.
They are heavy, heavy. Some guys got the big battery they put on first, drain that down so the rest of the day it's the small battery. Some guys do as many small batteries as possible so they don't have a big one. There's some strategy of camera work as well.
The cloud cover today might have helped a skosh.
I'll let them know you said they had it easy today, Such.
Wow, did I say that, really? I didn't hear that.
Try one more thing. Right. Last few minutes.
Ooh.
Oh, got one more trick.
Love it.
My knee jerk was going to say big plug, but then I realized how shallow the spot is. Little plug. He's going to throw a little plug.
Day 4. I've got low 20s probably in weight. I feel really good about, defending second place, and whether or not Cliff had them or not, and, I put myself in the best position I think I could. Really happy with the day. It was phenomenal fishery. Caught a ton of fish. Stayed in one area all day except for about 30 minutes. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have and seeing my family and moving on from there.
Hey, Hanselman fought the good fight today, that's for sure.
I know, but
a little surprised to see him in 20 minutes early.
Yeah, leaving some time on the meat on the bone.
I wouldn't try to cut it too close and risk having a late penalty, but a little surprising. But he seems to be content. He did what he could do. He's fished what he knows all 4 days as hard as he can fish.
There's his boys for Father's Day.
I see. That's more Whataburger bling. I saw Tyler Williams get one yesterday for catching the Grand Slam. He had a spot, a largemouth, smallmouth, and a meanmouth. He had all 4 species. Look at they're just handing out.
They got them everywhere.
Can we get a chain? Tommy, before my life is done,
Can't go to the
I need to
venue.
see you with the Whataburger chain on.
You have to ruin it all by just having a fit, having a tantrum because you didn't get a big Whataburger
I want
medallion.
I want you to wear it. I want to see you in it.
How do you know I don't? What do you don't know what I wear at the house?
People were already complimenting your stash. Your stash with that chain, game over.
Just because Tommy doesn't choose to wear clothes with his Whataburger bling doesn't mean you need to see it.
That would be drop dead fantastic.
Everybody gets a Whataburger bling. I didn't know Oprah was in Decatur handing them out.
Everybody gets one. You get one.
You get one.
Thank you. Hi, that's number 1. I get a little choked up sometimes over that. It's good though.
Oh yeah.
Little Father's Day, getting choked up, seeing his family there on the dock.
Ray Hanselman putting a lid on it for today. He has put out a great effort. I congratulate him on everything he was able to get done during the course of this tournament. Good stuff. The rest of our anglers, some of them on the way from farther away. John Cox is probably en route right now.
On the most dramaless day of the season so far, he brought the drama for us.
Yes, he did. We will be forever grateful. We'll be grateful for you if you can come back and join us for one more segment. The fishing moments are dwindling down. For some, the day is done. Check-in has begun here at Ingalls Harbor, Decatur, Alabama, at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. 6th stop of the year. Very, very important tournament. They're all important. And one of those trophies is hard work, and not everybody, no matter what their skill set, is able to pull it off, even in one of the best careers. Cliff Prince stands on the precipice of doing just that. He has been trying for it a long, long time, had some near misses, but it seems like a good bet as Ray Hanselman has put a lid on it for the day. The lid unofficially holds that lead. In fact, a few moments ago, extended it. So we will get back out to Cliff as he gets his last few casts in and maybe get the last few thoughts.
Yep. Man, I don't know. I feel good. I don't regret anything I did this week. I didn't lose any that I felt like just totally just was a deal breaker. I've lost some, but I think I made up for it by the end of the day. And I don't know. I wouldn't do anything different. I wouldn't trade this week for nothing. I've had a blast. This is a week come true, a dream come true to find a spot like this in an event of this magnitude, and my hat's off to anybody that brings in a bag to beat me. But I'll shake his hand and go to the next one. But I sure hope that's not the case. I'm ready to win one of these things. I've had plenty of shots and beat myself, and I don't feel like I did that this week. I did everything I could. I could have fished on these fish longer each day than I did, but I think I'd have just had less to catch today than I did, and just did have enough here. I had probably, 5 or 6 bites that I didn't catch, but I don't know what they were. I did see a couple that I lost, but I think they'd have been about the same size as what I got. So I don't know. I'm sitting here rattling on, but I don't know. I just ready to get this weigh-in started and see where the chips lay, and hopefully we got enough.
Well, he's done what he can do, Tommy. He's just got to get back.
What an incredible Bassmaster Elite Series event here at Wheeler Lake. There was so much to see and a whole lot to learn as well. So with that in mind, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Why don't we start it off, Davey, with our day one leader, the guy who set the tone for us. We weren't sure how many 20-pound bags we would see this week, but when he brought 22 pounds to the scales, we said he must have found a school offshore. No, we didn't say that. We said John Cox found him up a creek somewhere, his style of fishing, and boy, did we think that we'd see 20 bass weighed in on a frog this week from one angler specifically. If not, it would have been him.
Yeah, he's the only one that we may have thought they'd do that, but honestly, 22 pounds for John Cox, the day one leader. Who would have really thought that the day one leader on Wheeler Lake, mid-June, would be John Cox catching these bass less than 2 feet deep, most of them on a frog. But that's what John Cox does, whether he goes to the Tennessee River or the New York swing. He is going to find a way to catch fish shallow, not using his electronics, but just using his instincts, using his eyes. And he found the right patch of milfoil back in this backwater pond, the very back of Spring Creek. In fact, it's the back of the back, beyond the back, where John Cox caught these fish. What a great event for him to have. Tennessee River, top 10, John Cox doing it his way.
Meanwhile, Tommy, Davey, we've got the other 4 anglers fishing close, if not on, the Decatur Flats, places that we know in history have really factored in. Alex Weatherell, Connecticut angler. I believe this is his first time to Wheeler Lake. And boy, he has gotten better every single day. One big thing we noticed, the way he retrieved his big worm throughout the week was much different than other anglers.
Yeah, definitely had a different retrieve, but the way he started this event and the way he finished this event got better and better each day. Kind of later on in the day, he's one of the anglers that would catch fish later in the day. Most of the anglers that we've seen on camera in the top 10 were just the opposite, especially Cliff Prince. He's catching all those fish before 8:30 for the most part. But Alex was out closer to the main river. Really, if you did your homework coming into this event, looking at mid-June, Tennessee River, you would think this is where you should be. And a great tournament, a top 10 is always a great tournament. It's probably going to be the best finish he's had in his Elite Series career. But these fish are just now getting out there where Alex and a few of these other anglers have fished in the top 10. Great, great event, making the best of what he had. The largest percentage of bass were just not quite out there yet.
Same goes for John Garrett. Seems like he was building, he knew what to do. He's a Tennessee River rat. He knows from Kentucky Lake and all the other lakes on the chain, Pickwick, things like that, places he has a lot of experience. He knows that they should be out there at this time, but we talked about it at the beginning of the week. Wheeler is just different than some of the Tennessee River lakes. It often stays higher in the spring. Fish maybe spawn a little later. So in June, they're not as deep as they would be on other lakes, and so they weren't quite out to John Garrett, but the last few afternoons has been his best window.
Yeah, he was fishing out closer to that main river. Here's a big key, I think, for Alex and for John, that they were able to go and graph. Not a lot of experience. It really surprised me John Garrett didn't have much experience here on this body of water as maybe I thought he would have, but they were able to graph that main river or closer to it, just one bar inside where there's some depth there where they could graph and locate these fish and really learn a lot about this section of Tennessee River. Up there shallow where Cliff Prince spent most of his time, Ray Hanselman, you couldn't do that with your electronics. It took a lot of time, and I think that's why you see the old school guys that have some experience here chose the Decatur Flats and fished shallower.
We said on that final day coming in, Tommy, that 12-pound lead for Cliff Prince. Who was going to be the challenger? And boy, did second place Ray Hanselman show up.
He showed up in a big way. Cut that deficit early on during the day, and Cliff Prince didn't know it, but he was on the defensive the rest of that day.
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't ask for a better start, really and truly, on the final day that Ray Hanselman had. And there's a lot to be said with that, because mentally it would have been real easy for him to say, yeah, my family's here. I'm just going to go out there and do the best I can. I don't have a chance to win. But I think for the entire day, Ray Hanselman was determined to prove everybody wrong that he could make up that deficit and he could win.
We're normally thinking about Ray Hanselman and maybe a big crankbait, deep offshore ledge, but he was up on more of a shallower spot. Really had his back to his electronics all week. Knew a one-cast deal, positioned on it, and he had a two-prong approach. He had the shell bar and he also had a grassy area. He said the shell bar's got bigger ones, it's got my highest ceiling, and boy, 3 over 5 pounds today got him everything he could have wanted and more.
Of course, our leader, Cliff Prince, as we head closer and closer to weigh-in time. Let's start with him back on day number 3 because it was memorable.
Well, day 3 was a big day for Cliff Prince. He had a great day 1, almost 20 pounds. Day 2 was good, but day 3 was the biggest stringer of the event. It was the day that he, you had to catch a lot of weight every day to win, but this is the day that Cliff Prince won the event. Having the 26-pound day, 26 pounds, 2 ounces, catching the 7-pound, 9-ounce fish, just an incredible day. And just stop and think about it. He quit fishing at 10 o'clock on day 3 also. So wow, what a morning, what a day on the Tennessee River for Cliff Prince.
If this was a 12-hour tournament, Tommy, 3 hours each of the 4 days of tournament, Cliff Prince would still have the same amount of weight going into weigh-in that he has now because he has done so much work early in the day. And yesterday was a dream day. He would have had a great bag, one of the best bags of the week without a 7-pounder. Add that to it, and you have a monumental day, a day that we all dream of, and a day that has led to him being at the top of the leaderboard in his 14th year with an Elite Series trophy on the line.
Yep, and so to break it down, I think the key to Cliff Prince's success was we've had a lot of rain. It really didn't turn hot until about the time the Elite Series came into town. A lot of these fish were still on Decatur Flats. Most of these anglers spent all of their time or a lot of their time out on the main Tennessee River looking for those fish to be a little further along than they were. These fish were just now moving out, and they have been kind of slowly moving out for the last few weeks. I've been talking to people locally there in the area. These anglers were not able to do that, but I had the luxury of doing that. They've been catching these fish like crazy on the Decatur Flats for the last few weeks. Cliff Prince hit it perfectly. You give it another week or so, those fish will be out there a little deeper where a lot of the anglers that made top 10s, but they just did not have the fish funneling into their shell bars or to their locations like Cliff Prince and Ray Hanselman did. Cliff had the perfect place. I've fished there before. A couple shell beds. You've got a ditch coming in off the Decatur Flat that comes almost up to it, and then there's a little saddle, and then these places just before those fish move out into the river. He was at the perfect junction of the highway. All of the fish coming from Decatur Flats in that general area right there were coming right by Cliff Prince.
Well, what a great effort by Cliff Prince and all the other 9 anglers in our top 10. And there it is for you, right there. Your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Cliff now on his way in.
Another big deal, Davey, it seems, is on a tough practice. The thing that benefited Cliff is he didn't find anything worth pursuing elsewhere. You had one spot you needed to trust. I got to go here and try it. It ends up showing up well for you. I got to go back, and it gets better every day. If he had other options, he might have left and bailed and got distracted elsewhere.
A big thing, though, even though this looks like it'll be his first Elite Series victory, all of these guys are winners. They've won at every level coming up to this. So Cliff knows how to win. He had a couple other deals that he could go and have a chance to catch 2-pounders, but you're right. This was the only place that he knew he had a chance to win. And even 14 years in, he wants to hold that blue trophy up. And when you got a chance, you found a few big fish, you just go there and you live with it.
Yeah, I think we have to recognize how good these guys are. We talk about these special spots. It takes a great angler just to find them.
Yes.
And that was the starting point, and that showed a lot of skill and a lot of knowledge.
Davey, so you're saying that every single one of these elite pros is the best 4A quarterback in their district, and now they made it to the pros, and they're the ones that everybody talks about when they come home?
That's a little way to put it, I guess, maybe.
Not in so many words, but the sentiment is there.
Davey's
for sure.
Davey's the righty from 96 that slings the football.
Well, we thank you so much for being with us today, all day long, for joining us on FS2 and Fox, and now here on our Bassmaster.com wrap-up. And what a week it has been. Thank you so much for being with us. The next time we see you will be next Saturday. 6 days from today, we'll be on Lake Eufaula for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. That final day coverage of that for you. The weigh-in again, starting here momentarily. 3 p.m. it begins. Check-in is already underway for our 10 anglers who are out there. We think it's be well worth. Nothing's legal now, folks, until we have the weigh-in, but we're going to make it legal and see what happens.